Alright, there we go. Now you should be able to hear me.
Regimes have nothing to do with my religion.
Nothing to do with Islamic law.
Nothing to do with what I believe as a Muslim, no.
No, but it doesn't give what you believe.
Question them.
Does it have to do with Islamic law?
What?
That was putting it in place.
No, I just explained it to you. If you're homosexual in an Islamic state, what did I just say to you?
You tell me
what Islam teaches. I'm telling you what Islamic teaches. I don't know what you said.
Islam teaches you to execute gay people. There's not any disagreement among Muslim scholars that you're supposed to execute gay people. So, like, even if that wasn't technically the case and you could do some, like, you know, it's open to interpretation, that kind of thing, the idea that Islam isn't to blame for those sorts of actions is fucking crazy. Like, that's just stupid.
I'll tell you what Islam teaches.
To what point does
Islam teaches? Okay, if you're having homosexual sex in your house, like I've said to you, I am. Well, I am. Nobody can come. Your state cannot kick down your door to see what you're doing.
They do in Turkey.
All right, but Islam doesn't permit that.
Yeah, that is total bullshit. Hamza is totally full of crap. John Penis deleted all of his vids after the ex-vegan vid. Well, the thing with John is he's stupid. He's not somebody who thinks 5 steps ahead. He just does a bunch of dumb shit without thinking.
Good to have you back, big dog. I think you should know it's most good Newland, not most good Harold. Here is the evidence. Hope you're doing better.
Let me take a look.
It is settled, May. Our parents have consented and you and I are to be married on the first warm...
Hello VG. We're so happy to see you back. I wanted to tell you that I had a huge smile as I was reading the headlines, until the but part lol.
Ah, that's too bad. Ron DeSantis involved in car accident but is uninjured. That's really too bad. Yeah, if only he could have, like, driven his car into the ocean or something. Thanks for the nation, though, Ben.
Sunny day of spring.
That would be most good, Newland. Most good.
I'm sorry, but she is just awful. Is there any way, I mean, can we add, like, a topless scene?
That's weird. I always remembered it as Harold.
That gave you a crazy fuck.
But, guess not, man.
Hi everyone, Donut here. Florida Man's back at it again, but not with quirky antics. This time Florida Man did some pretty horrendous stuff, like shooting 5 people for no apparent reason. 3 of those people died, including a 9-year-old girl. We're gonna talk about that. 3 of those people died, including a 9-year-old girl. We're gonna talk about that and another case that I forgot to talk about a while back that kind of ties into this. But first, a word from our sponsor. Our sponsor for this video is ShipStation. Do you guys need to ship stuff for yourself or your small business? Well, look, no cool shit to you guys. 4% grades every week. Amazon, Shopify, and ShipStation graded with my house. If you have a smaller e-com business on things, great way, simple data, automate routine shipping, pair ShipStation.free.
Jesus.
Lower your shipping costs, make returns easy, and keep your ShipStation. I tweeted and I said, Spartan kicking someone in the chest who killed a child has to feel so good. And then I put this video up. Check this out.
Get on your face. Get on your face. Get on your face. Get on your face. They killing me. They killing me. Roll the f*** over me. They killing me. They killing me. They killing me. Let me go! Let me go!
Dude, what a fucking pussy. You literally kill a child and then the police arrest you and then they're like, they're killing me. It's like, hopefully. What a fucking piece of shit.
Let me go! Relax, man. All right, we got him secure. Relax. Hey, all you guys coming up. He came relax. From the other direction. Relax.
Wow.
That way. Go. Oh, yeah. Secure that
Fucking
whole area.
babies.
That whole area.
Screaming he can't breathe when he clearly has enough breath to scream makes a lot of sense to me. If you guys have been following me for long enough or watched any amount of body camera footage, you know it's a pretty common thing for people to scream out that they can't breathe now when they're being arrested. Of course, this move became popular after the death of George Floyd. You see so many arrests now on video where people screaming they can't breathe when in fact they can. Another incident I wanted to...
That is not a new thing. The police very often use pain compliance methods. Or not even pain compliance methods, but they'll hold people and like sit on their back or something and restrict their breathing. That's nothing new. And criminals have always lied about being under distress so that they can get out of like a particular situation, like being held on the ground, crap like that. It's nothing new.
To talk about a little bit is where a bunch of spoiled white kids from out of state went into Atlanta to
Oh my god, why is it
pillage and riot and loot, and then when they got arrested they started screaming.
Did you see this video? The Christian scammer explains why she got sued by Texas.
Let me take a look. I'm just setting up a screen protector here. I don't think I saw that video. Oh, here we go. What? Oh, her. Why is she making that video? Oh my god, this is stupid. Yeah, so this has been a long time coming. I think the class action lawsuit was already going on, but it sounds like the actual state is planning to prosecute her, which is good. What she did is just clearly fucking criminal. But like, why would she make a video about this? She's clearly just blatantly guilty. And if she tries to make up some kind of stupid fucking excuse like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing was illegal or something like that, like, it's just going to harm her fucking case later on, and they're gonna, like, be able to prove she's a fucking liar, and she's only going to make it worse for herself. Where, you know, before, like, I don't know, she'd be able to, like, maybe argue she's reformed or changed when it comes to some sort of sentencing or like punishment. But if she's putting out videos saying like, oh, I did nothing wrong, people just like misunderstood what happened, well, now it shows that not only is she like guilty, but she has no remorse for what she did. She's not fucking smart. She's really fucking stupid.
I don't even know how to start.
What? She's crying on camera? Oh, this is great.
Is that a side hug?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just go with it. You can do this.
Jesus,
Hello
pathetic.
YouTube and welcome back to my channel.
Alright. Dude, like, what I don't get too is she wants to come off as, you know, like real and genuine and shit. And she put on like literally 10 pounds of fucking makeup on her face before she decided to record this. Like,
In full transparency, I just had a breakdown because this is probably the hardest video I'm ever gonna film. I have Jordan here just for moral support. Really no other reason than that, because he's the best husband. So I tried filming this.
Oh yeah, by the way, her husband is an ex-sheriff and he was fired due to corruption. So yeah, pieces of shit tend to find each other, don't they?
On my own, and I was a train wreck, so he's here to help me.
Here I am.
You guys probably know by the title of this video what this is about. I'm here today to give full context, first to take full responsibility for where I went wrong, for the mistakes that were made, where I messed up, but also to give full context to this lawsuit, how my business started, where things went wrong, and how everything came about and ended in being sued by the state of Texas at 28 years old.
So she was a fitness influencer. She was selling a combination of like cookie cutter kind of meal and workout plans and custom, workout and meal plans where she'd, supposedly make bespoke programs for an individual where, given your own personal needs, she would make adjustments. Well, it turns out that they weren't actually custom, and she was just selling cookie cutter, meal and workout plans. And a lot of the time, she actually wasn't getting back to people, so they would pay like $200 or $300, and then she'd send them nothing. She wouldn't even like give them a fucking cookie cutter plan. So she just pocketed so much fucking money. And I think this class action lawsuit, it's for a fair bit of money. Not only do you have to pay not only do you have to pay damages for, how much you stole, but you also have to pay punitive damages. So those are damages where the court, I think it's usually 2 times or something, what the actual damages were. And it's so that you don't do it again. So this is for probably like over $1 million if this is like over the class action lawsuit.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try not to get emotional. I'm not promising anything because at the end of the day, I'm human. And this has been the hardest 4.5 years of my life that I have had to keep quiet and live in secret because I was not allowed to speak up. I was not allowed to say anything about this once it was what it was. So, should I start at the beginning?
Speaking of Texas, did you hear that today? Texas' largest school district fires 28 librarians, will convert libraries to behavior centers. SpongeBob and Patrick were spot on that. Texas and stupidity lmao.
Well, more than 24 underperforming schools in Houston ISD will be without librarians come this new school year.
Yeah, the move is getting a lot of attention this morning. As our Chelsea Edwards joins us live from Wheatley High School. And Chelsea, what's behind this decision?
Well, it's a part of the new superintendent's plan to improve performance. However, critics of these new changes, including removing librarians and libraries, they say that this actually goes against the goal of improving student literacy. This is the latest in a line of
It just sounds like the school has lack of money and they're firing faculty. What is this bullshit about improving student performance?
sweeping changes that include changing curriculum and faculty. This time, again, libraries and librarians. Houston ISD has confirmed it will eliminate dedicated librarians at 28 underperforming schools. Now, these are schools under the superintendent's new education.
da do da 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 do spa da 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 dp da da do scuba da ba bar.
Well, thank you for that, Dancing Roach. Appreciate the donation.
System. Also, libraries at 57 other schools will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Maybe they will stay, maybe they will go. This move comes as HISD Superintendent Mike
Ski bar da 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 dshjke deo do da ha laba da do da deo da 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 da.
That's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Dancing Roach. Oh wait, and you gave me a link. Alright, well that explains that. Thanks for the donation again, man.
Miles has pointed out the district needs to improve student reading levels, which lag behind state and national averages. Now, some of those library spaces, we're told, could be repurposed into what's called team centers. These are formerly called Zoom rooms, where misbehaving students will continue their work in a virtual setting away from other students. We spoke with Dr. Janice Newsom. She's a college professor who educates teachers who want to become librarians. She and other library advocates say this will harm schools that need it the most.
It creates a significant void, especially for low-performing students. A fully credentialed librarian is able to not only help students with reading, but they also help the teachers with teaching.
So the fully credentialed school...
Sorry, but I had to see it, so I wanna make the rest of you suffer along with me.
Let me take a look. Real Vegan Gains. Assuming this Barbie movie. Oh, fuck, Frank Tufano. Great. Oh, this is gonna be bad. It's just... Oh, it's so bad. Why does he upload this? It's like the
Look,
biggest fucking cringe lord.
Look, there's nothing wrong with getting in the gym, losing weight, putting on muscle, but once you get to a point that is seen as fit or...
Dude, the fucking, like, especially, I don't know what the fuck that is. I think it's a church or something. Just, it's such a bad tattoo. Why did he, like, even the snakes are bad enough, but it's like, why this? It's just so dumb.
Or athletic by the average person, which doesn't really take much effort at all.
Girls don't care about muscles. There's literally... There doesn't appear to be any upper limit, technically.
Did you see Destiny defend the lies put out by the Florida Edu Board dismantled here?
I did not. Let me...
New Florida standards teach students...
Let me take a look at that in just a minute. Thanks, TT. Like, it's clear the fucking new curriculum is promoting racism. Clearly.
Most girls are not going to find you more...
Yeah, there doesn't technically appear to be an upper limit when it comes to muscle mass and being attractive. Like, technically there is, if you're talking about massive Mr. Olympia bodybuilders, there are fewer women who find that sort of thing attractive, but if you actually look at studies where they try to use some sort of objective metric to rate beauty. Ah, fuck. Women always prefer guys with bigger muscles.
If you've seen this, no need to watch, but this is insane shit right here.
Let me take a look. Unicorn jizz. Oh yeah, we've already seen this. This is a old story. The cops just lied. Gave him a DUI for no reason. He performed the roadside sobriety test perfectly. And they said, yeah, you failed. Like, it's retarded. And he had it all on camera. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Dreamsation, Donatillers. It's always funny to hear Frank mention in a non-vegan verse video.
Restaurant closures, rapidly declining reviews, and his lowest growth on Instagram in over 6 years. Things have gone from bad to worse.
We'll take a look at that later. I think Frank said he worked for that guy at some restaurant.
More attractive, the more muscle you have. You know, with social media and all the steroid usage and body dysmorphism, people really overestimate what they need to achieve to be more attractive. After a year or two of lifting weights, you know, depending on your genetics and effort.
I've made videos about Frank where girls literally leave comments saying, like, is Frank an actual man? Like, they're not even sure if he's like trans or something. So like, he's one to talk about fucking being attractive when he's not even interested in women, for one thing. And women legitimately, like, not in a bullying way, like, ask, is he even like an actual man or is he trans?
That's really it for the dating scene. You know, while you were in the gym for those 2 years, your crush was getting railed in a Hellcat by some skinny drug dealer. The lesson to be
my
learned
God.
is that
Like, it really shows too,
This is exactly what comes to my mind whenever I see and hear any news about Texas and the inhabitants, especially with the Republicans trying to get rid of librarians, lol.
Look, Patrick, I'm Texas. Howdy, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm Texas, too. Howdy, y'all. Get a dog, little Longy. Get a dog. Howdy, y'all. Get a dog, little Longy. Get a dog. Y'all best cut it out. The stars at night are dull and dim whenever they have to be over dumb old stupid Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, SpongeBob is great. This is something that fucking conservatives do in every country, but the US is particularly bad. They always try to dismantle public education. It's probably strategic too, because less educated people are more prone to vote Republican. Thanks though, Bend Over.
if you didn't get girls before the gym, unless you...
Yeah, like, every single time Frank talks about women, like, you'll notice that he talks about them in a way that, like, somebody who does not fucking engage with women in any way would talk. And, like, he clearly hates women, too. So he talks about, like, your average girl, you know, being, like, a fucking slut who sleeps with drug dealers. It's just, like, really weird. Like, every time he talks about women, it's just weird and hateful. And then he tries to convince you that he's straight.
Before the gym, unless you were really fat or something, you're not going to get girls after the gym. Hey, look, maybe some young kids grow a foot taller and get a little more handsome.
Yes, because you can't date and work out.
But I will say, there are plenty of boys that seem to like muscle if you give up on the ladies.
Oh, God. Yeah, he'd know. Let's see. One more Frank vid.
All we have to do is listen to our bodies to know that a large amount of muscle is not healthy. Not only is it incredibly difficult to put on muscle, on top of that, when you stop working out, your body quickly gets rid of all of it.
It takes an extremely long time, assuming you're in a neutral nitrogen balance, to actually have your muscles atrophy. An extremely long time. So once you have that muscle mass, it takes a lot to get rid of it. The requisite volume required to maintain muscle mass that's already built is pretty low. So that's just totally false. Like, if you're totally sedentary, you do nothing, and you switch to a low protein diet, then sure, that's a different story. But if you even stay mildly active, it takes a while, like a very, very long time to lose muscle. And there's permanent changes to the muscle structure once you've actually built more muscle. So there's that term called muscle memory. So rather than it taking you, like, again, years to build up the muscle that you used to have, it's only going to take you months.
And this doesn't include crazy things you did to get muscular. You know, did you destroy your organs with steroids or supplements?
Yeah, and Frank takes steroids. We know that. I don't... He's copying Sverige now, because Sverige says stupid shit like this. There's nothing unhealthy about having a lot of muscle mass.
The amount of food and stress on the digestive system to achieve and maintain muscle cannot be argued as optimally healthy.
The additional caloric requirement for like an extra 20 pounds of muscle is incredibly low. Like, the metabolic cost is practically nothing. So I think for like an added 20 pounds of muscle, you only need to increase your calories by, I think, like 150 to 200 calories per day. If you're just looking at basal metabolic rate, it doesn't actually change your basal metabolic rate substantially at all. It's the increased physical activity that does. And Frank is claiming...
Can you check this out? Also, thoughts on Sam Harris and is Tate going to jail? Thanks.
Let me take a look too.
Today's video,
I don't know why the fucking thing is crackling. Let me play that again.
Can you check this out?
Okay, weird. Viral Texas family dispute offers tragic lessons. Okay, we'll go through that later. Thanks for the donation, man. Yeah, so the actual metabolic requirements of having more muscle are negligible. It makes practically no difference when it comes to daily caloric intake. And the idea that exercise is bad for you because you need to eat more to maintain your body weight, like, is he on fucking crack?
Healthy. There's a huge difference between having a good base of 20-30 pounds of natural muscle versus trying to be a bodybuilder. Once you're eating over 3,500 calories per day and spending more than an hour in the gym lifting weights, it's safe to say you're not adding years to your life. There's a...
Well, assuming you're doing it naturally and the foods you're eating are healthful, I don't know why the hell you'd assume you're going to reduce your life expectancy. Why? Like, nobody can give me a reason. They can't say, oh, it's because of blood pressure or this or that. Like, they just make this up.
balance in the middle where you will both look and feel good.
Frank's a fucking idiot. They're all stupid. Alright, let's get through this first. The Brittany Dawn bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry, the beginning.
Yeah. So, harm anyone. I started a business when I was young and it blew up and became something that I never could have seen.
Dude, wasn't this like 5 years ago or something? Like, what does she mean when I was young?
Coming, and because of that and because of my arrogance and just being dumb, for lack of better
Oh, well, at least she admits it. How old is she even? Brittany Dunn. She's literally my age. What is she talking about? Like, what? She's the same age as me, and she did this 5 years ago.
Words and not letting my pride get the best of me and being prideful and not asking for help. Things happened and things slipped through the cracks, but
she had a lot of fucking money coming in, and she just wanted to pocket it all. For whatever fucking reason, due to like social media, fucking just the way it works, a lot of traffic came over to her YouTube and Instagram, and people were paying for her programs like crazy. And she didn't want to put a cap on how many people could buy her programs, because that would mean she'd lose out on money. So she just pocketed it all and didn't care about the people she was fucking over. So that's just total bullshit.
WB Prince of Darkness. Frank looks like an early P.S.1 fighting game character. Brittany inspired me to class action Greg for charging $150 to teach us to put syrup on popcorn. Do you agree?
Yeah, somebody should sue Greg for that fucking cookbook. It's bad. There's only like 3 recipes technically in the fucking cookbook, even though he says there's like 150. There's like 70 fucking sandwich recipes, something like that. Like, it's just a bullshit cookbook.
Back squat is more overrated than a threesome. You can trust me on that because I've had plenty of them. Sounds great, but in reality, you're struggling to make one woman fucking satisfied, never mind 2. If your goal is to turn into fucking Quadzilla, I can tell you right now, squatting is not the one to grow your quads. Most people don't even feel their fucking quads during the movement. Motherfucker, get rid.
Mind muscle connection is pretty low down on like the tier list for what's going to really contribute to hypertrophy. Barbell back squats probably have the best like raw stimulus magnitude of any exercise for building quads, if not like one of the best. I don't know why people always make these stupid fucking videos, like just proven exercises that have been around for fucking ever. People have been doing squats for like what, over 100 years. There's a lot of science like established, like especially with weightlifting, on like what exercises are best for improving certain lifts and growing muscle. Like squats are just a proven go-to exercise for building your quads. And then yeah, people are, yeah, squats aren't really going to do much.
Rid of the barbell, and before somebody says that squatting 60 kilos isn't fucking functional, unless you're planning to fireman carry your dad's dildo down a...
Squats aren't functional. I don't know what he means by that. Strength is extremely general. So any way you increase strength, like it's going to apply generally to many different skills. So strength is always functional. Practically no matter how you build it. If you increase your strength on a machine, so your leg press strength goes up, your hack press strength goes up, squat strength goes up, that's going to apply very generally to a lot of different skills.
A flight of stairs sometimes. If your dad doesn't have a dildo, drop me a follow. What should you do? Well, isn't it obvious a hack squat's way better for growing the quads? Or you can do a leg press if you don't have...
Most leg press machines are bad. Like, they're not very good. There are good leg press machines, but they're most often just not really set up well for actually targeting quads. And they usually have a limited range of motion. Hack press machines are extremely good, and they have some advantages over free weight squats. But, like, again, if we're talking about raw stimulus magnitude, squats probably went out a little bit, but something like a hack press, it's likely going to be less fatiguing due to less axial loading. It's going to have a better stimulus to fatigue ratio, and you're going to be able to do more volume overall, probably on something like a hack press versus a free weight squat. So it has advantages, but the idea that just because an exercise has some advantages over another exercise, that means you should only do that exercise is just fucking stupid.
Have a hack squat. These movements work your quads more efficiently, and there's less chance of you injuring your fucking back. You're working in a safer environment.
I wouldn't say that necessarily, especially for leg press. A lot of people actually fuck up their back doing leg press, and it's because their lower back rounds as they get to the bottom of the range of motion. That's a pretty common problem. I actually had a lifting client that did that recently. But yeah, like lower back injuries are not terribly common on free weight squats, so little weird he'd mention that. I've seen more low back injuries on leg press.
You can train harder, bring the set closer to failure. You're going to be able to progressively overload and build more muscle faster. Woo! Boom! You can call yourself.
Like, what's funny too is this guy doesn't even have well-built legs, and he's making this video.
Quadzilla in no time. Wah!
This guy, like, doesn't even have wheels, and he's also clearly on steroids too. Yeah, it's always the fucking people who don't train their legs who say, yeah, squats are fucking useless. Like, this guy clearly neglects his lower body.
Please react to this. I really want you to debunk these points.
Let me take a look. Guts is indefensible. Okay. We'll look at that later. Thanks for the donation, man. Thoughts on Sam Harris? He's an idiot. I think he's a pseudo-intellectual moron. And yeah, Tate's going to jail. The only path to until our sound on first two. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Wow. They're like bouncing little people. Fuck, man. I want lemurs. Look how awesome they look. That bird actually, like... Yeah, it looks like it actually, told that jaguar to fuck off. Oh. He wants pets. Oh. It's fucking cute. Otters are adorable. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Sheep are really nice. Wow. Yeah, I've seen this. Birds are funny sometimes. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Bro donated to Lars, are you friends with Scott Herman Fitness? And also, when do you predict you'll hit 405? Well, I'm still recovering from the tricep tear. I don't know when I'll hit 405. I've had to back off of training and shit because of that, and it'll probably be a little while for it to fully recover. It's gotten a fair bit better, and it's been like a month and a half since it's happened, and I can bench press. It's just that I can't go for like 1 rep max attempts. So, we'll see, man. I think I'll hit 405 eventually, but you know, it's one of those things that's just going to take a while. Thanks for that donation, though, bro.
Nothing was ever done maliciously, and everything is done with as of April 25th. Everything is done with. So, that being said, I'm going to take you guys
Oh, so the lawsuit and everything's over.
through where everything started.
2012. You can do it.
Yeah. So 2012.
How'd you start?
But I never had that because I was never focused on, like, became a six-figure business within the first year. Within 7 years, it surpassed, you know, well over $1 million.
You can't call it like a six-figure business or like a seven-figure business if you're not actually providing clients with what they asked for. So again, she just, like, because of algorithms, she got massively popular on Instagram where just so many people were paying for her online coaching. And realistically, a single individual, like absolute max, can probably handle 20 clients at any one time. And that's working like a lot. Most fucking online coaches are really only going to take on maybe 5 to 10 clients at any one time. But she was literally getting thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking people. So yeah, no shit. She was able to rake in that kind of cash, where she was getting, you know, hundreds of thousands to, like she said, like over $1 million in a single year. But if you're not fucking providing, like, the clients with what they paid for, you can't call that like a $1 million fucking business. She's so full of shit.
In revenue, and I think it's that saying, you know, where sometimes your reality grows.
And by the way, too, like, that's 100% profit. There's nothing for her to pay for. She's paying, like, she's charging for coaching. It's not like she's selling, I don't know, like MacBooks or something, where there's a production cost, R&D, like manufacturing cost, shit like that. Like, where, okay, your profit is maybe like around 40%. She's making 100% profit. Like, she's just selling basically her expertise.
Grows faster than your perception of yourself, and that was genuinely what happened to me. I was young. I was a pre-vet student, like animal science degree. I didn't know how to run a business. I didn't know anything about.
Dude, this is so bullshit. Like, so she's my age. I think the time where she started, like, actually scamming people, she would have been around 25 years old. The idea that a 25-year-old wouldn't be able to figure out that, oh, I have to adjust my website so that, you know, there isn't an infinite fucking client list that I can't keep up with. I'll limit it to, you know, like 10 people or something, and then just say, reserve your spot here. That's what any fucking, like, sensible person would do. She just got greedy. She's a fucking liar.
Owning a business.
So she said the lawsuit's over. This is why she's making this video. It's because everything's over and done with, so she can make up whatever lies she wants and get away with it now. It's not like it's going to harm her case anymore.
I never had an intention to run a business or own a business. I never could have seen that coming. And
you didn't have an intention to run or own a business, even though you were selling things online with the hope of getting a lot of money. Okay.
it just happened so fast. It felt,
So in 2019, there was a prank video that was put on YouTube.
Yeah, Cassidy.
By someone with a platform, a pretty large platform. And that person portrayed themselves as a father of a client of Brittany's. They flew out to LA, where she was the face of a booth for the LA Fit Expo.
Yeah, it was Cassidy.
And that person approached her and caught her off guard and accused her of scamming his daughter.
So, the expo, when this prank happened, first of all, I was completely caught off guard. My dad has always taught me that if you don't know what to say in the heat of a moment, it's better to not say anything than...
Lamau.
Let me take a look, TT.
I thought we were done with racists in the fitness world yesterday. Apparently not. Brenton Stauffenberg, welcome to the show. Alright, so this dildo competed at a meet the other day. I have a feeling that's the last meet he's ever competed at. I don't think anybody's gonna welcome it back. I'll confirm that tomorrow. But somebody sent me this. So this is from his deadlift at the meet, and they're saying that he's walking away and he was intentionally doing the Heil Hitler, a salute that the Nazis used while he was walking off. Now, they originally sent me this, and I was like, absolutely not. It doesn't really look like that. I don't see what's going on. And then I looked at his stories.
I threw my hand up in the air. I said, thank you. But I hate Jews and niggers, too, so... You know?
What?
Yep, that settles it. All
what?
These super hardcore racist guys are like the biggest, most pathetic fucking geeks, too. He's literally e-begging here, asking for free money so that he can compete in a fucking powerlifting meet.
Jesus.
Bro, you're asking for donations to an elective sport.
Yeah, bro, like, maybe you wouldn't have to ask for money if you wouldn't post racist shit online, then you could get a better paying job?
Have you considered spending
Wow.
less time hating and more time at work? All that begging and he still sucked out at the meet. He went 0 for 3 on bench, which means he did not complete a single fucking bench press. But yeah, huge piece of shit. So, you know, I did in this situation.
Wow, I never would have fucking figured. I would have been... Usually when people say shit like that, oh, that's a Heil Hitler, like, it's just crazy. But they were right.
Situation, the worst thing I possibly think that I could have done. And Brenton, I called your mother. Now, she was very disappointed to hear what a racist, horrible, horrific piece of shit you are. I'm not going to post her phone number, but just know that she knows how awful you truly are.
Wow, what the fuck, dude? Brittany Dawn husband. Let me see. Oh, here we go. So, yeah, apparently he ended up getting, fired. I don't think it was because of police brutality. It was, corruption. Let me see. He might have been falsifying evidence, stuff like that.
Another disgusting why I'm no longer vegan video, watch on X 1.5 because it's full of just complete nonsense. Her reasoning is the earth is a living being? And like she has a connection to plants now or some shit.
Oh my god. I'll take a look at that later. Definitely not gonna watch the whole thing because that would just be pointless, but those ex-vegan videos are always fucking cringe. Thanks for the nation, Julian. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, you definitely needed to use that particular takedown method for a guy who's completely compliant. He literally left his hands out so that he can get handcuffed. Yeah, that's Brittany Dawn's husband. What a piece
I
of
love that
crap.
it was the currently impeached AG from Texas, Ken Paxton, who filed a $1 million lawsuit against Brittany Dawn lol.
Really? Oh my god, that's funny. That's actually fucking hilarious. I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
And to say something you'll regret. And now looking back, that's biblical.
So she's lying That's just not fucking true. Cassidy... Brittany Dunn. Let me see if the... Yeah, there it is.
Hey, wait! What?
So Brittany Dunn is saying that during this prank video, the only reason she didn't say anything is because, oh, her dad says, if you're not sure what to say in the heat of the moment, just don't say anything. So this is how it actually went down.
So you gonna give me that?
Let's see if I can...
I got you. Help you out. You know, in American, I don't give a shit. Y'all. Excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah.
You look familiar.
My friends were
Ah, god damn it.
this individual.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
You look familiar.
Yeah.
You look like you stole my daughter's money.
Are you kidding me?
I ain't kidding you. Yep, you took $200. Hey, this woman took $200 from my daughter.
I'm gonna ask you later.
Can I get my money back before I file a complaint on her? It ain't nothing with you, but the fact that she stole $200 from my daughter from her.
Yeah, so she immediately just told this, like, big jack dude to deal with this and just fucked off and walked away.
Her fitness plan, blocked her on Instagram.
I'm gonna need you to step
And while
out of
she
my
hiding
booth.
back there, she can't handle it.
I'm gonna need you to step out of the booth.
All right, sir, because I'm about to call the police if I don't get my $200 back.
Hey, I'm gonna call the police if you don't step out of my fucking booth.
And she's laughing at the whole situation, too.
Well, I better get my money back. Sir, you didn't, I gotta calm down.
So, yeah, sure.
Welcome back.
It didn't go down like that.
Biblical. Wasn't living for Christ then, and that's my testimony, and that's going to be the last video in the series.
Yeah, here we go.
But it is biblical to hold your tongue if you don't know what to say in the moment. And so that's what I did.
Sure.
And of course that came off as she's being silent because she's guilty.
So I wonder if it was biblical, you stealing literally hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars from people. Dude, what's so fucked too is she was spending the money she made in really fucked up ways. She bought a horse. I made a video on it. She bought a horse. She was abusing it. She was using every fucking pain compliance device imaginable, including not only bits, but she was also using whips and spurs for when she was going horse riding. And when these lawsuits started happening, where she was having to, like, you know, pay people back, pay lawyers, the money wasn't coming in like before, she couldn't afford to, you know, keep the horse, so she would just refuse to pay the fucking boarding barn, and her horse also had medical fucking problems, and she wasn't able to fucking pay for it, and the boarding barn was actually nice enough to basically take her horse that she couldn't afford, pay for its vet bills, pay for its fucking food, and then she had the fucking gall to give a bad review to the fucking boarding barn just because they kicked her out because she wouldn't pay her fucking boarding fees. Like she's one of the most entitled fucking disgusting people I've ever fucking come across.
And the internet just completely manipulated that entire situation. He was very abrasive.
Sure.
I mean, he humiliated me. We will leave his name unmentioned because
Yeah, sure. No, you humiliated yourself, and he just made that apparent.
because truth be told, he doesn't deserve any more notoriety than he's already gotten by just having my name in the title of his video.
Dude, you're the one who stole from people, and now she's making a video bitching about fucking Cassidy calling her out. Like, again, talk about fucking entitlement. She didn't learn anything. She literally learned nothing. Like, none of this is an apology. This is all fucking excuses. Oh, I did nothing wrong. I was just 25 years old, a legal fucking adult, when I decided to scam people.
Yeah. That video went live.
I think that there was never any proof that she intentionally defrauded someone.
Yeah, so when you get thousands of clients, requesting custom programs when a single individual can only realistically handle 20 clients at any one time. But instead of just refunding people and then, putting up like a thing on your website where you can set up a thing where the maximum amount of people who can, pay for these programs is 20, and then you just like put them like the people who want to reserve on an email list, so they can pay for a reservation. Then when a spot comes free, you just email them, and then if they still want to pay for the custom program, rather than doing that, she just pocketed the money. It's fucking obvious that you intentionally fucking defrauded people. That's just fucking bullshit. And her only excuse is, I was only 25 years old. I only graduated high school and university and had been working on my own and living on my own for fucking like 5 years. Like, it's just insane.
Or scammed them. This was a simple situation
Growth.
of business outgrowing its capabilities.
Yeah. Well, and me again, like,
you can't call it a fucking, like, again, she's calling this a fucking business. People were paying you money and you literally had no ability to give them the product they requested. And then she's acting like, oh yeah, the business just grew too quickly. That is just fucking bullshit. And like again, this is proven in the lawsuits. Rather than giving people refunds, which is what any fucking sensible person would do, she was sending people cookie cutter programs from the other, non-custom programs she was selling. Like, this just isn't something somebody does when they're not trying to pocket money and defraud people. Why didn't you give people refunds then? It's just so stupid.
I messed up. I didn't hire on people. I didn't hire on help.
Oh, cancel culture, sure.
Well, it was the early days of what we all now.
Dude, it's so funny too. She says, oh, I didn't hire on any help. Okay, you have an insurmountable workload. She literally admitted she had over $1 million coming in. Like, you'd think at that point, maybe I should hire employees when I have this much money coming in. She wanted to put all that money in her fucking pocket. Hiring an employee? That would mean I'd have to spend money and put it into the business rather than into my own pocket. Like, it makes no sense.
No, and despise, which is another video
Cancel
that
culture.
you're going to talk about, but cancel culture. And it's this bandwagon mentality of,
yeah, I was only 25 years old, so I should be able to steal millions of dollars from people without any consequences. It's just cancel culture. Oh my god.
Ultimately, the state of Texas opened up a lawsuit.
in 2019 when this occurred, the state of Texas received complaints. They opened up an investigation. The state of
the reason that happened was because they literally received thousands of fucking complaints. It's not something they could have ignored.
Texas has the ability,
like the extent to which she frauded people was just fucking crazy.
To bring criminal charges against someone should their actions warrant criminal charges. Yeah. It was determined early on that none of this was done maliciously. Mm-hmm. So the folks out there that think that Brittany...
Oh, that is total bullshit. By the way, if things did in fact go down this way, where they were able to argue that she didn't do any of this maliciously and it was just incompetence, I can guarantee you the only reason they granted her that is because she's a woman. If she was a man and did this, she would have been, like, prosecuted. I think they just were easy on her because she's a fucking girl and women are always infantilized like crazy. Oh, you're just a dumb girl. Yeah, you didn't do this maliciously. Like, girls are just dumb. That's basically what the prosecutors were thinking.
He's going to jail. Last time I checked, you can't settle a criminal charge outside of court.
No.
When you're charged with a crime, you go before a jury. You are either found guilty or not guilty.
You absolutely can. It's just that for most of the time when you plead guilty, there's no way to what is it? You don't normally get plea deals where the charges go away. The only exception that I know of is in theft cases, where if there's a case of theft, if you're actually able to give back the victim what you stole or reimburse them for the amount in which they stole, oftentimes they'll actually drop the charges. So technically, yes, you can settle criminal proceedings outside of court in some circumstances, and some plea deals, the charges can be dropped or changed. So you can technically, but if you are going to plead guilty, yeah, in most cases you still have to go before a judge, and then they'll do whatever sentencing.
Guilty of a criminal charge that then imposes a sentence that can be decided by the jury.
Of $531,000.
So let's see. Texas shall have judgment against defendants jointly, severally, in the total amount of $531,000. 300,000 civil penalties, 100,000 restitution, 131 in attorney's fees. Well, that's not the most ideal outcome. She honestly should have paid over $1 million in all likelihood. I think she got off easy. Again, I was following this for a long time. She defrauded so many thousands of people.
Is there any change in there? Any pennies that I missed?
There is. The important part of the settlement is that the $131,000 and some change is attorney's fees for the state of Texas Attorney General's office.
Yeah.
$400,000 of that is what we owe and what we are going to pay back. $100,000 of that is restitution for the clients that didn't receive their packages, and $300,000 of that is what are called civil penalties, which are basically, that's the penalty for not doing things correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is misleading. She probably defrauded way more than 100,000. I think what happened is either not enough people were actually involved in this class action lawsuit where they got the total number of complainants, or they made some sort of judgment on what she can realistically pay back. So if she actually owed something closer to like $500,000, and then if you have to like double or triple that for punitive damages, basically, that's what the civil penalties are, there's no way she's going to be able to pay something like that back in her lifetime. So there's no reason for like to actually have that kind of judgment. They probably, if I had to guess, were just making considerations to what she could realistically pay back. If I had to guess, either that, or they just couldn't get together enough people who would be willing to actually participate in a class action lawsuit.
And what we are going to pay back. $100,000 of that is restitution for the clients that didn't receive their packages, and $300,000 of that is $100,000 of that will go back to clients who didn't receive a program over the course of time.
Yeah.
So that's the breakdown of the settlement.
Yeah. I want to wrap this up by saying that.
Can I add something for you? So one of the really difficult challenges throughout all of this has been Brittany's inability to speak on this because of being involved in litigation. There has been absolutely just ridiculous false narrative spread about her.
There is no false narrative. She deliberately tried to rip people off because the money was just, you know, it was just too sweet. The cash coming in.
Lack of cooperation with the state of Texas, and just...
Oh, look, there's a fly landing on him. That lets you know that they're pieces of shit.
Failure
they attract
to produce
flies.
documents and all of this stuff, and none of that could be further from other things that are completely unacceptable that have happened since 2019.
Life have been a living hell.
My life, I'm being mistreated. Life is unfair. I'm just a fucking dumb girl. Please just be nice to me. Like, and again, at the beginning of this video, she's saying, I'm gonna take full responsibility for everything. This entire video was her lying about what happened, making up the most ridiculous fucking excuses imaginable. Well, I'm a girl, and I was in my 20s, so obviously I have to steal from people. Oh my god. Fucking loser. Vegan Bruz donate $2. So watching you with my girlfriend who doesn't know you, but then you started talking about forcing shy girls to talk to you because they can't protest, and now she thinks I like misogynist YouTubers, bruh. Your girlfriend's a fucking idiot. Yeah, so I believe so if I recall the conversation correctly, somebody asked me if something about like shy girls versus outgoing women, and I said like shy girls are usually easier to talk to because they're not going to be standoffish, and they're not really upfront enough to say like I don't want to talk to you, or you're not my type, or leave me alone. So like you can just chat them up if you want. And your girlfriend thinks that's misogynist. She's a fucking dumbass. Tell her to fight me in a cage. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty fucking idiotic. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Bruh. Let's see. Let's watch the Salt Bay thing.
For Salt Bay, which is best observed by looking at each controversy up until this unfavorable point. His first time in hot water came just months after Salt Bay first went viral, occurring when fans scrolled back through his Instagram to find this photo commemorating the life of Fidel Castro in the days after his death. At around the same
Yeah, yikes, holy shit.
I love the fact that Fox News is now being forced to speak the truth. Lol, I'm glad that justice prevailed with that almost $1 billion Dominion voting system settlement. D.
Let me take a look.
First step, impeachment inquiry. Almost always it leads to an impeachment. I've heard from members of Congress on the Republican side, they're going to do the I word of Joe Biden. That guy right there doesn't look too happy in that picture. And they're going to use the 1023 form as the basis for everything. Here's the problem, and we'll talk to Miranda Devine about this here in about a half an hour, is the 1023 form makes a damning case against the Bidens, but it's completely unverified. And in fact, there are certain critical parts of the story that have been refuted by the people in the story. So it's problematic, and so that's why Kevin McCarthy says we need other stuff.
Yeah, Fox News definitely had a reckoning where they figured they could just be Alex Jones and say, like, the dumbest fucking most retarded shit about anybody and everyone they wanted, and then they paid dearly for it. And Alex Jones ended up paying dearly for it. Like, at this point, he's making fucking videos about, like, fucking, I don't know, the Illuminati trying to cancel Christmas. Like, all of these fucking conservative networks are realizing you can't just fucking make up shit like this about people. And, yeah, it's nice to see that they actually are, like, forced to have some sort of journalistic integrity. Thanks for that donation that bend over.
Time, Salt Bay had recently opened a steakhouse in Miami, a city to which approximately 500,000 Cubans had fled to as a result of Castro's leadership. Some people just don't think. To post pics like this and then open a restaurant in Miami. Really?
Yeah.
I just called and cancelled 2 reservations and told them how I feel about their salt guy and his post. Picture posted a few days after Castro's death. Nice thought, WTF. He should open in Cuba and sprinkle his salt over there. The comments on the post itself echoed a similar sentiment, leading Salt Bay to remove the...
Yeah, dude, that guy is monstrously fucking stupid. In Miami, of all places. You have to be dumb as shit. Did you know Just Pearly Things made a video on vegans about 3 days ago, and will you please respond to my email whenever you're able? Let me see. Looks like she's really trying to shovel out garbage content these days. Delusional vegan activist loses it. Vegan protest. It's probably just stupid clip taken out of context.
And your small dick and your pussy way of killing animals, and it feels good for the vegans, huh? Yeah.
To start to do this, like,
It's not worth reacting to. I'll try to find your email.
Picture. However, he'd find himself in a similar controversy less than a year later. In September 2018, Salt Bay came under scrutiny once again for providing a feast to the Venezuelan president, who governs a country in which 64% of people have reported losing significant amounts of weight, 11 kilos or 24 pounds on average, amid worsening food shortages. As a Venezuelan, it angers me seeing my president feasting on a meal while me and my family were starving. I cannot believe this video. This guy eating tomahawk steaks or whatever that is, and the people from his country dying of hunger. Food tastes so much better when you know the folks back home are starving. After the Venezuelan president then explained that Salt Bay had personally invited him to the restaurant, protests broke out in front of Salt Bay's Miami restaurant, with one sign reading, "Did you know, Salt Bay, that in the time it took you to wine and dine dictator Maduro with your bloody meat, at least one Venezuelan child died of extreme malnutrition." However, this might not have even been Salt Bay's biggest controversy for the month. Only 8 days after these protests, a new article was posted reading, 4 tourists are set on fire at Instagram star Salt Bay's Istanbul restaurant, which had happened as a result of a fire show gone wrong. One of the tourists who'd been set on fire was a Czechoslovakian YouTuber and model named Tines Tresnikova, who suffered burns to more than 35% of her body and
Holy shit.
be seen with slight but visible burn scars on her Instagram even till this day. Her 23-minute video on the topic, translating to "the moment that changed my life," is unfortunately spoken in Czechoslovakian without subtitles. However, an article...
Whoa, yeah, she got fucked up from that fire.
Posted a year after the incident stated that Tines had received no compensation for the mistake and that the restaurant had instead destroyed all evidence related to the incident.
Oh
Salt
my
Bay did
God.
eventually pay out $230,000 in compensation, although not to Tines for permanently altering her appearance, but rather to 4 mistreated employees in Salt Bay's next big controversy. The 4 employees claimed that Salt Bay was taking 3% from their total tips, which was followed by Salt Bay firing the 4 employees after being confronted about it. fired. As a result, the employees launched a wrongful termination lawsuit, explaining that their former boss had an authoritarian, dictatorial attitude who doesn't care about local laws. They even suggested Salt Bae likened himself to Tony Montana and humiliated them on occasions in the lawsuit. Yet Salt Bae responded by stating, "I don't get a share of the employees' tips. I've never done that in any of my restaurants. I was not satisfied with the performance of the 4 employees. They didn't match my understanding of work. They weren't as good as I wanted, so I terminated their contract right away." Yet these 4 employees weren't the only ones claiming that they'd been mistreated while working for Salt Bae. A former employee at the Nusret restaurant.
This guy genuinely seems like a piece of shit. Like, yeah, he is responsible for setting somebody on fire. And not just anybody, like a young, pretty girl who's a model who makes, like, her money off of her looks. So the damages to that person's life are probably going to be greater than, I don't know, an average nobody. And then he tried to cover up all the evidence, never gave her any fucking compensatory damages. So yeah, I would imagine somebody like that would abuse their fucking working staff.
In London described it as gold from the outside but shit from the inside, whilst another compared the working environment to the Hunger Games, as staff never knew if they'd be fired during a shift, with a third likening the restaurateur to a dictator. Former employee Frank Tufano stated that he was treated poorly as a result of being American, while another former manager explained,
Frank's full of shit. With Frank, who the fuck knows? Like, I think he alluded to the idea that Salt Bae is gay, and that's why he hired him, because he's a gay dude, something like that.
His world was nothing but Instagram and fame. The sensation was him. He ended up getting this godlike complex, highlighting Salt Bae's next big problem. With massive artworks of his one viral moment, and every third Instagram picture being him working out shirtless, it seems Salt Bae is just a...
He probably hired Frank because Frank's a gay weirdo.
Bit too full of himself, and while some degree of ego might be necessary for success, he takes it to a whole new level. When interviewed by The Times in 2019, Salt Bae seemed convinced that every kid wanted to be him, stating, "Now everybody wants to be a butcher because of me. Now if you ask a kid, they want to be Salt Bae. They see me as an idol. I'm an inspiration to a lot of people in a very short period of time, also always taking the opportunity to brag about money." Salt Bae had posted an $8,000 bill as well as a different $47,000 bill, yet the picture that really kicked up a stink was the $167,000 bill posted to Salt Bae's Instagram with the title "Quality Never Expensive." The opulent bill mixed with his arrogant description prompted comments such as, "I have eaten in your restaurant, quality is questionable," and
well, yeah. I saw the reviews. I think Frank even commented, and Frank said he wasn't really getting in high quality, like, ingredients for one thing, and he didn't actually know how to cook. Like, none of his cooking staff were doing anything. Like, they'd just, like, sprinkle salt on something and, like, that's it, and then they'd send it out. Like, it's not even good food.
And I've eaten there, the food was not good, with this sentiment being echoed by countless different people. YouTube channel Google Foods ordered the $2,000 steak before stating this:
"It was not what we expected. For $2,000, I gotta say, I thought it would be way bigger."
Also adding that the $275 tomahawk steak had been cooked incorrectly.
"That was rare even though we ordered medium rare. Now there's nothing wrong with rare steak, but if you order medium rare, you should get what you paid for."
A different YouTuber, UA Eats, who was looking to give a purely objective review, stated that the waiter's performance was fun, yet the quality of the food was no better than any other steakhouse. On TripAdvisor, Salt Bae's London restaurant is ranked at 15,200 out of 15,700 restaurants, with its rating of 2.5 stars, making it worse than 96.8% of all other restaurants in the city. The steakhouse features predominantly terrible and one-star reviews, with most complaining about horrible quality, bad service, and so incredibly expensive for such a bad quality of food. This guy was upset after the restaurant charged him 44 British pounds for 4 Red Bulls. However, at least he didn't call the police after finding out the price, which is what happened over in Florida.
Dude, what? They charged him $44 for 4 Red Bulls?
Eating at Salt Bay Steakhouse
Oh my
in
God.
Miami, Dwayne Miranda ordered 2 standard $275 tomahawk steaks, yet he was instead unknowingly presented with 2 golden tomahawk steaks, being charged more than $5,000.
Oh my God, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just flat out fraud. Like, there's no way you can charge that much for something like this.
$1,000 for his meal when he eventually got to the counter.
Dude, that's crazy.
How are you feeling tonight? Who is this person?
I'm feeling pretty good, James. I actually wasn't planning on taking yesterday off. The only reason I took yesterday off was because I had technical problems with my computer, but yeah, I think for like fucking 14 hours, I was just trying to figure out some technical problems. But I'm feeling good, James. If you're up for it, I'd be down to do 300 sit-ups, 2 songs. And the subject of the video is an old internet meme named Salt Bay who had who ran some insanely overpriced restaurants that were really shitty. And Frank Tufano worked for him at one point. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
We ordered 2 tomahawk steaks and a rack of lamb for the table. When the bill came, we were shocked by the total. They insisted that we ordered the golden option and charged us $1,000 for each. We absolutely did not order that option. Although we did eat what was brought to the table thinking this was the normal presentation for our order, it was clear that the waiter was trying to take advantage of the situation. After disputing the misunderstanding,
Like, the thing is, there's no way there's... You know, like, one steak they serve is actually worth $5,000 and another steak is worth like $300. So like when they're fucking gonna do this shit like 5,000, I just walk out like, fuck you. That's fraud. You shouldn't be able to have a markup like that. It's just fraud, plain and simple.
with management, they decided to involve local law enforcement rather than do the right thing. We paid the disputed $5,000 bill to avoid further conflict, yet this was still minor in comparison to what happened at Salt Bay.
Dude, what kind of fucking idiot would do that? I'm not gonna pay $5,000 fucking dollars when they're literally trying to rip you off. What the fuck? Dude, the people who go there are stupid.
Yet this was still minor in comparison to what happened at Salt Bay Steakhouse in Boston. After opening up on the 18th of September 2020.
Are you watching the fight this weekend? Who you got?
I am. I have no idea. I haven't really been following boxing, but I am gonna watch the fight. Thanks for the donation, Pika.
The restaurant, quote, almost immediately began racking up health code violations. City inspectors reported that COVID-19 safety guidelines were being flouted, crowds were not social distancing, 2 fire exits were blocked, permits were not in order, the dishwasher was not running hot enough, and the refrigerators were apparently too cold, leading the government to shut the restaurant down only 1 week after opening. In the meantime, Salt Bay posted this seemingly wholesome family photo to his Instagram, yet this would also end in another wave of criticism. Turkey chef Salt Bay meets mother after 2 years, criticized for not looking after her. It seems Salt Bay was getting loads of backlash in every situation, regardless of whether or not he deserved it. For example, when a waiter at one of his restaurants accidentally dropped a steak, Salt Bay was getting roasted in the comments by people saying that he was going to charge them twice. People simply didn't like him, so when he'd actually do something deplorable in December 2022, the whole world took it as a chance to completely and utterly destroy him. After Argentina beat France in the World Cup final, Salt Bay waltzed onto the field as if he was everybody's best friend. He pestered Messi for a photo, snatched the World Cup from a baby, and bit down on one of the winner's medals, prompting negative comment after negative comment, as well as an instant response from the media who wrote, Salt Bay was pathetically thirsty to get World Cup selfies and pissed off Argentina in the process. Only a day later, the FIFA president unfollowed Salt Bay on Instagram before launching an investigation into how Salt Bay was allowed on the field, revealing that only the World Cup winners and heads of state are allowed.
Songs, your choice, 300 sit-ups. First payment.
All right, well, thank you, James. Really appreciate that. I'll start doing sit-ups in like 15-20 minutes. Appreciate it, man.
To touch the trophy during the closing ceremony, let alone kiss and disrespect it. The next day, Salt Bae tried to show that he and Messi were friends by posting a video of them together in his steakhouse. However, comments such as "old video where Messi made a mistake visiting your restaurant" showed that fans definitely weren't buying it. Excluding this video, Salt Bae provided no response to his World Cup behavior until just 1 month ago, when he'd finally talk about the event in a tell-all interview. He stated, "It was a combination of my love of Argentina and my excitement. I love Argentina, I've lived there. I went to support them. Many of the team have come to the restaurant. I didn't feel a stranger, it was a special moment. I can't do anything about the reason I was there, but I would never ever step on the World Cup pitch again. There were 2 billion people watching the World Cup. How many people are speaking about me? 5 billion, the whole world. I didn't go on the pitch with the purpose of advertising. I just felt like it. Then there was a bit of a surprise. There were at least another 1,000 people on the pitch, but when they show the video, they make out it was just me. I never ever wanted to overshadow anything. I didn't like the attention, with the possible motive for the explanation being that things haven't been going so well for Salt Bae ever since that day. Just 2 weeks prior to giving that interview, Salt Bae had to close down his self-titled Salt Bae Burger restaurant in New York City, which had gained a reputation for selling $99 gold-flaked milkshakes and a $100 burger wrapped in gold foil. On top of this, it's been reported that Salt Bae Steakhouse in Greece is now receiving a third of the bookings it used to, from 600 per day to approximately 200 per day, while his London steakhouse, which we discussed earlier as having some of the worst reviews in the city, recently announced that they'd be reducing their prices in, quote, what appears to be a desperate bid to entice customers back through its doors. Over the last 6 months,
Well, I would imagine it'd be pretty fucking easy to reduce prices because, like, again, it's just arbitrarily marked up.
Salt Bae has gained approximately 300,000 followers per month, and while this is still a bafflingly high number for someone who seemingly does
second payment.
All right, well, thank you, James. Very generous of you. Appreciate the donation again, dude.
very little, this is the lowest growth he's had on social media since first blowing up.
Yeah, Salt Bae is a piece of shit. It's just an animal-abusing piece of shit.
This is the worst news ever.
Let me take a look, Matthew.
Friends, I'm ecstatic to make this groundbreaking announcement. PragerU is now making it into schools.
You just heard from the CEO over at...
Yeah, I heard about this. I didn't really read up on the story, but yeah, this is what happens when you have conservative fucking brain rot politicians like DeSantis. He's not too dissimilar from Trump. So yeah, you're gonna have these fucking idiots find fucking crazy wacko racist morons like PragerU and actually having them play a part in the actual public school system.
At PragerU, which of course is not an actual accredited educational institution. But Marissa Street argues that now Florida will allow PragerU materials to be utilized in their grade school curriculum. For now, that's only allowed in the state of Florida, but this is a dream for the conservatives over at PragerU and the wealthy donors that help to fund PragerU. And when you consider the...
Yeah, they're fucking funded by oil billionaires. Like,
the ideological slant there, it is a problem, especially coming from the individuals who claim that they're concerned about indoctrination in public schools. But we'll get to the details on what the course materials could involve in just a moment. First, it's important to understand the scope of this project. PragerU is infamous for their online videos, and there's plenty of that in PragerU Kids as well. The PragerU Kids material can now be used in Florida public schools. And PragerU Kids offers a lot more, including lesson plans, worksheets, books, and shows. PragerU Kids' most infamous show is Leo and Layla, and it's about 2 time-traveling children who ask historical figures for advice on how to deal with modern-day problems. And as you can imagine, the modern-day problems are often based on conservative culture war narratives and grievances. So we're gonna get to the examples in just a moment. But Cenk, I mean, I was under the impression that conservatives didn't want indoctrination in public schools.
All of a sudden, when it's indoctrination from the right wing, they seem to be pretty in favor of it. So there's two different problems here. Number one, PragerU is funded completely by right-wing billionaires. So this is now a pipeline for some right-wing billionaires going, I'd like to indoctrinate the kids with my particular propaganda.
Yeah, and DeSantis hired that crazy fucking like Uncle Ruckus fucking wannabe to change the curriculum around Black history. Let me take a look. Apparently Destiny commented on some of this shit. They only path only $2. Let me see.
Fireworks always get my pussy so wet. You dead ass? I'm trying to feel that on my face. Boy, you probably said the same thing to my best friend Trina. Shit, not with them hurt.
Not surprising seeing how we live in a world like this.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks, Matthew.
Peace. I was like, hey, chum.
Yeah, this isn't really funny.
Suck this motherfucker.
Have you ever felt like there's a hidden agenda behind
JBP Education Zone.
the chaos and confusion of our times? Are you tired of being told what to think and believe? Well, you are not alone. Jordan Peterson has fearlessly peeled back layers upon layers of deception, exposing the puppet masters orchestrating the grand scheme. Get ready to have your mind blown as we uncover the shocking truth behind the system of ideas and their nefarious plans to reshape our world.
Do you feel that you're dealing with a they, or do you know, there's this biblical idea that what we war against is principalities. And I think of a principality, one variant of a principality is a system of ideas.
Yeah.
And I think, well, there's no, in a way, there's no they. There's a system of ideas that's a set of animating principles.
Sure.
Right? And it partially inhabits a multitude of people.
Well,
Great Reset?
I did.
Yeah, it's
and
quite the aggregation of cliches, eh?
almost squarely in the middle.
I'm not watching this.
Welcome back to Peterson Uncensored. Pearl Davis is the self-styled anti-feminist influencer who's creating major buzz.
Oh, sweet. This should be good.
Welcome back to
Yeah, like, Just Pearly Things has literally fucking lost it. That anti-Semitic song was fucking crazy.
Florida Keys are known for their warm waters, but now they're reaching hot tub-like conditions. A water temperature buoy at Manatee Bay in the Everglades National Park registered a high of 101 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 Celsius late Monday afternoon.
Holy
It's
shit.
potentially the hottest ocean temperature ever recorded.
That's right.
Yeah, that is fucking nuts. Holy
Manatee
crap.
Bay in Florida has become so warm that they're literally referring to it as hot tub levels. And the water exceeded temperatures of 100 degrees, as you saw in that video. And that's...
How is that even possible?
What are your views on God? Personally, I am agnostic atheist as I don't believe in a God, but I don't claim to know for certain that there isn't one. I think it is the most rational position.
Yeah, so if you take God to be an all-powerful, benevolent being, then there absolutely is no God. The problem of evil disproves the existence of an all-powerful, benevolent being. I don't think magic exists. Stupid bullshit like that. I mean, could there be a creator? Like, sure, I mean, there could be some alien species that created our universe or some shit like that, but like the idea of a god to me isn't just a creator. So no, I don't think God exists. I think it's a stupid fucking idea. There certainly isn't an all-powerful benevolent God. That's easily disproved. And I think people usually end up believing in yeah, it's a weird noise. You guys hear that? Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna fucking say, but Yeah, I think a lot of people start believing in things like a god just due to arrogance and self-importance. It's not enough for a lot of people to just accept the reality that, you know, they're just some organism that's a product of just evolution and abiogenesis. Nobody cares about them. There's no meaning to their existence. But just because of egotism and arrogance, you have people thinking that there's some all-powerful, like, divine being that created their existence that's looking at them and watching out for them and that cares about them, and there's some, like, higher purpose to their existence. Like, I think that's the root of religious belief, at least for most people. It's just pure arrogance. Thanks for the nation, though, Ben.
Clandace stooping to new lows.
I don't know why it crackles like that sometimes. Let me take a look.
So guys, Andrew is releasing a new interview tomorrow, and he's just released a trailer for it. So if you do want to watch it, make sure to keep
does he have that really shitty Bugatti electric scooter?
notifications on, and if you do want to join the real world, we have a link in the description.
I think
Andrew Tate.
Long time.
I know, it's been a very long time.
I'm about to get started, Candace.
Good, get started.
So, although I do think it's shitty that there's people like Candace Owens that are willing to spread misinformation for Andrew Tate, where they're doing these softball fucking interviews trying to make him seem innocent. Ultimately, this is going to help with the criminal prosecution because they're just going to be able to catch Andrew Tate in more lies. And they're only going to like have more evidence against him, and it's also going to be really bad when it comes to sentencing because they're going to prove that in no way is he remorseful and everything he did was intentional and with malice. So she's going to help him get put away for longer. So yeah, she is a shitty person for, you know, doing these types of interviews with him. But ultimately, she is helping put Andrew Tate away for longer. So,
Banking a woman with a belt. I want you to explain to them what that was.
I don't often tell people this, and I think it's the first interview I've mentioned it in. I'd be very careful how I answer this question because I'm currently under an investigation. You're going to sit here and talk about what I did for money. I literally hurt people for money. I'm a little bit embarrassed about it, to be honest with you. I was talking about things in a way that I wouldn't talk about them anymore.
I'm glad to hear that you're not proud of the video.
Pornography as a whole is simply just, I think, a tool which is used to ensure that the male populace stays as docile as possible. Pornography is everywhere, and men are struggling with it.
Oh, God. Yeah, a guy who fucking sex trafficked women is saying pornography is bad. Sure. We'll watch that interview when it comes out, but that's gonna be fucking stupid. Holy shit. Matthew donated $2. If God exists, then why doesn't he do anything about stuff like this? Because obviously he doesn't exist. Thanks for the nation, though, Matthew. Let's see.
Did you hear that there were 4 more additional charges against Trump in the Mar-a-Lago documents case?
Oh,
he
no.
attempted to delete surveillance video at his estate.
Oh, man. What an idiot.
4 charges to the prior indictment of former President Trump and Walt Nauta. Now, they...
Richard, where the fuck are you right now? That doesn't look like your normal fucking apartment. Now, go treat your woman to some fancy feast. That's right, fancy feast the cat food. Richard Burgess and Bichard Burgess. Sneed. 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 777,777,777.
Well, Fancy Feast is not vegan, so I'm not going to feed that to Jasmine. And, I'm still in the same apartment. It's just I'm on a different wall, basically. I'm in the exact same room. It's just I moved my desk to the right-hand side wall. Thanks for the nation, though, Poopy Stinks.
Say that they add at least a new count charging former President Trump with one additional count of willful retention of national defense information. And they send us to a specific paragraph in the indictment, which I haven't had a chance to read, that will give us more details about why they did that. They also note that they've added this additional defendant, and they say that this new indictment charges Trump, Carlos de Oliveira, and Walt Nauta with two new obstruction counts based on allegations that these three men allegedly attempted to delete surveillance video from Mar-a-Lago in the summer of 2022. This is what I was referring to earlier. We know from our reporting that investigators have been asking multiple witnesses whether anyone tried to prevent them from obtaining all of the surveillance footage from the relevant time in this investigation.
Yeah, Alex Jones kind of tried to do something similar with that defamation trial where he was subpoenaed to provide certain information, and him and his lawyers just made the tactical decision to not provide it and roll the dice and hope the court didn't find out, but they did find out. So, oh man. Like, Trump is a fucking idiot. What kind of fucking dumbass would think that, like, the police and FBI wouldn't have figured this out? Like, they're watching him like a fucking hawk. They're doing absolutely everything they fucking can to prosecute him. Like, no shit they're gonna find that out.
Investigation. So it appears that they have now charged the former president, Carlos de Oliveira, and Walt Nauta with two additional obstruction counts based on these allegations that they tried to delete the surveillance footage. Now it says attempted to delete. It is unclear based on what I'm reading here if they were successful. Now finally, this statement reveals that the superseding indictment also charges Carlos with false statements and representations in an interview he did with the FBI, adding 4.
That's funny. He's gonna get it. Dude, Trump's gonna spend the rest of his life in jail.
Have you seen Shane Hunt's story today? Dude had a Conor Murphy-style manic episode on Instagram and called Greg Doucette a weak-ass Jew.
Yeah, when, I get the troll game, but when you start saying shit like weak-ass Jew, why wouldn't he have just called Greg like an Oompa Loompa or something? I mean, it's just a little weird when people say that. That definitely raises an eyebrow about, like, Shane. Shut up. We do not condone this kind of behavior and hold our team to a higher standard than this. We have taken necessary measures to handle the situation appropriately and have removed him from the team. Yeah, that's really dumb that he would fucking do that shit. Yeah, that does make me suspicious of Shane Hunt for sure. That Jew comment is really fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Atomic Flounder.
How sure are you Trump and Tate are going to jail? How long will they both get in jail?
Andrew Tate is looking at least 10 years minimum. Trump, for the charges he's facing, the recommended sentencing, I think, starts at 20 years. So Trump's charges are really fucking serious. He's not getting off. Like, keep in mind the guy's old. Like, he's 73 or 74 right now, so he could die at any moment. I think for Trump, like, he's probably looking at like minimum 10 years, but if they get him on the like documents case, he's looking at 20 years plus. So he's gonna die in prison. Andrew Tate, for one of the charges, just one, the human trafficking, he's looking at minimum 10 years. So Tate is probably going to get a long list of charges, and it's not just going to end on this one criminal case. It looks like he had sex with a minor in Romania. So he committed statutory rape. I think that is like a 10-year sentence. He's also looking at fraud charges, tax evasion. Like these are all possible charges that are going to come down the pipeline after this human trafficking case. So, like, again, I'd say bare fucking absolute minimum, Tate's looking at 10 years, but he's probably going to get like 20 or 30. He's really fucked, and he knows it. And I'm 100% sure. 100% sure Trump and Tate are going to jail. They're not getting out. Thanks for the nation, though, Pika.
That's been going on for 2 days in a row now. The previous record for the hottest water was recorded in 2020 in the Persian Gulf's Kuwait Bay, where temperatures reached 99.7 degrees Fahrenheit.
Holy crap.
And it's not too shocking that water temperatures are heating up because climate change has essentially contributed to record heat waves across the globe, something we've
Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Sprickety. Yeah, dude, that doesn't even sound like it should be possible. Water temperatures over 100?
talking about here. The blue line represents the average, but you look at 2023, which
Whoa, holy crap. That is crazy.
is represented by the red mark, or the red line, I should say. And you can see the warm temperatures, or the rapidly heating, warming temperatures.
Jizzity jizzity jazzmanatee.
Fuck you.
As a result of the climate emergency. And these Arctic region.
Yeah, those temperatures are fucking crazy. All right. I wanted to. Yeah.
Students that some black people benefited from slavery because it taught useful skills. Obviously, slavery is a horrible institution, and overall is definitely bad.
Okay. It sounds like Destiny's gonna have a stupid fucking take on this. It's true that some slaves would have learned useful skills. Like there's some slaves that were trained in blacksmithing. That's a useful skill. And they're able to transfer that into an actual job once slavery was abolished or if they got freedom. But there's the truth, and then there's the truth. Like, presenting things in a certain way to, I don't know what age group this is, but you're talking about elementary school aged kids. We already know that the people who set up this new Black History curriculum are racist and fucking crazy. And rather than fucking like saying something that can't be construed in a certain way, like once slaves received freedom, some of them were able to actually make the best out of, you know, their horrible circumstance and apply some of the things they learned from forced labor to like new jobs. Like saying, like wording it that way, it's literally worded in a way that makes you think like slavery was a good thing, and these slaves like ultimately benefited from slavery. Like nobody is arguing that yeah, some slaves learned useful skills when they like under forced labor. Saying that is a lot different than saying like what the fucking Florida school board is saying, where they're literally trying to give you the idea that slavery was a good thing.
But like that statement is probably
Atomic Flounder donated $2 or $3. Keep trucking.
Damn, say it again. Say what?
Oh,
huh?
shit. Oh, shit.
What happened? Do you want to goddamn say it again?
Oh, shit.
Do what?
Oh,
What
shit.
you talking about?
Oh, shit.
What you talking about? Hell, you got me out.
Can you tell us a bedtime story of the biggest, fattest shit you've ever done? Please tell us, Burgess. 777. Hive. LLLLLLLL. 777. Hive. LLLLLLL. 777. Hive. LLLLLLL. 777. Hive.
There are two poops that come to mind that were particularly fat. One of them was when I was constipated. I think I was constipated for almost a week. This was when I was way younger, like, I think single digits. I took a shit so fucking huge that it literally could not be flushed, so just had to, like, pick it up with a garbage bag and throw it out like a dog poop, basically. It was literally thicker than my fucking arm. That was a massive shit. That was extremely painful to shit out, but I felt very relieved once I got that poop out. And the only other shit that comes to mind, I literally filled the toilet bowl. It didn't clog the toilet, but I was really full of shit that day, and I just filled the toilet bowl. There was more shit in the toilet bowl than water, so it like basically filled to the top practically. But it was soft enough where it would just flush down. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Poopy Stinks.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
He gone. Oh, God damn it, you won't play with me?
He ain't sleeping.
I will show you something.
Alright, well that was a trucker, I guess. DD donated $2.
It was pretty much media changes within.
Yeah, Tristan Lee's a fucking idiot.
What's a
we'll watch that later.
normal day for your eating?
Today was Nilgai steaks and bacon. Nilgai's an antelope that I shot in Texas. I'm not like avoiding vegetables per se, but I'm 100.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Thinking of the hypothetical of Trump trying to win presidency and pardon himself, reminds me of when Thanos had the Infinity Gauntlet and tried to destroy the universe. I think of this scene as Trump versus DOJ. Skip to 154.
I don't see much resemblance, but Yeah, Trump is not fucking getting presidency. So he sure as fuck ain't gonna be able to pardon himself. Thanks for the donation though, Bend Over.
100% I'm avoiding bread and pasta. I'll have a piece of asparagus every now and then, but I'm not like thinking about vegetables. I take a shit ton of vitamins.
Yeah.
But most of my meals.
Joe Rogan's a fucking idiot. I'll have a piece of asparagus. I don't avoid vegetables, but I'll have like a single bite of asparagus. Like
Steak
what?
and eggs. Steak, eggs, steak, bacon. What's wild is joint pain. I've had a left knee that's been fucking with me forever. I don't feel anything now. It's been 2 months on this diet, 2+ months now. I think when you're eating a lot of shit, your body is in a state of inflammation. And there could possibly be something with glyphosate. That's that
Yeah, here we go. Fucking glyphosate.
chemical that they spray on weeds that they found something like 94% of people have it in their blood. You know, and the pesticide apologist will say, oh, it's just a small.
Glyphosate is not a pesticide, it's a herbicide. And yes, when you're talking about like literal picograms, there's no possible way that it could affect you. Like again, show me the research. If glyphosate is so harmful, then why are people that have the highest levels of exposure to it, like the farmers who are literally spraying it on the fields they work in, why the fuck don't you see massively high rates of cancer among these people? Or just health problems in general? It's because it doesn't do anything.
Small number. It's hardly.
Yeah.
It's fucking poison.
Sure. Yeah.
It's 100% cancer-causing poison.
Yes, it's 100% cancer-causing poison. That's why there's literally never been any research linking it to cancer in humans. And the people with the highest rates of exposure, the farmers literally spraying it right next to where they live, they don't have increased cancer rates.
Poison, and 94% of people have it in their body.
What's a normal day for your eating?
Today was
Joe Rogan is such a fucking moron. It's just unreal. Dreamzation donated $2. Obviously, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were massive rights violations, but do you think they prevented greater rights violations in the long run? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Thanks for the donation though, Dreamzation.
Flytruzuikchen shake kmkwise ocean use oval nakchktoa hoxkaifatgo fusage urkspixkal dokalksaschkok exofktish eat. I say wax kine quixchkorj no ojknvjkskgokskgfabsksoldo.
That's good to know. Appreciate the donation, Sprickety.
Well, we have some gay cringe Frank shorts.
Alright, I'll watch these.
The idea that meat is bad for us has been ingrained in society for decades. Recent popularity of the keto and carnivore diet have made up some ground. However, the fake meat nonsense agenda reigns supreme. It's in full force. Every aspect of a vegetarian or vegan diet is completely incorrect. Reducing meat consumption isn't good for you.
So, if reducing meat consumption isn't good for you, then how does he explain his current diet? Because he went from eating practically nothing but meat. So he would have either been eating steak or, you know, something like eggs, butter, like all animal-based foods, to now the majority of his calories are coming from plants. He's eating potatoes, beans, bread, he's eating a number of fruits, so like grapes, apples. So if reducing meat consumption is bad for you, then why is Frank reducing his meat consumption? And again, this isn't supported by any research. People who eat the most amount of meat and the least amount of vegetables live shorter lives.
It has specific nutrients that cannot be obtained from other sources: amino acids, B vitamins, cholesterol.
Yes, you can't get amino acids on a vegan diet. That's why I am twice your fucking size, right?
Not only will you become deficient in these nutrients, meat replacements.
Like, Frank has horrible, horrible wrinkles and bags under his eyes, and then he's like talking about not getting enough nutrition and being deficient and shit. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude.
And products like tofu are highly toxic and inflammatory. And saying
Yes, tofu, so toxic and inflammatory, even though it's loaded with antioxidants, right?
that meat is bad for the environment, that cattle are bad for our ecosystem, is like saying deer are bad for the forest. It's fabricated propaganda.
So, comparing deer in a forest to cattle in a field is like they're not anywhere close to the same thing. Cows need an artificial environment really to thrive. Like, they need to eat certain grasses, and they usually can't be exclusively grass-fed. You have to feed them on grain, so you have to clear out, you know, natural native wildlife to support grasslands and grow corn and soy to be able to feed them. So, like, how is that in any way comparable to deer that can live off of just forage in a forest?
Propped up with fake science. They want you sick and unhappy and have...
Sick and unhappy. That reminds me of somebody. This guy is like one of the most miserable fucking people I've ever come across. Like, he may actually be more depressed than me. He has no friends, constantly complains about being alone, not having any fucking relationships. Like, this guy made a video where he was hiking, walking in the woods, and he was complaining that he had no one to spend time with. He complains about his fucking business constantly, and all the fucking problems he has. Like, he literally wants to violently attack women, and he's a closeted fucking gay dude. Like, the amount of personal problems this guy has is just fucking crazy. And on top of that, he admittedly has tons of health issues. He has pains all over his body, stiffness. He fucking can't sleep. He always says he's under stressed. He says he like has ongoing digestive issues that he doesn't know how to fucking deal with. He feels sick all the time. And then he's saying like a vegan diet is terrible for you. Like, it's just, oh my god, what a fucking joke. Frank is just something else.
This is some fear-mongering nonsense. If you think you have parasites, you can just go to a doctor and get some stool testing. What's far more likely is the child has a fungal infection, or they're just in a
pretty fucking unlikely for a kid to have candida.
Very high EMF radiation environment and eating low quality.
Oh yes, EMF, right. The radiation that doesn't have anywhere near enough fucking energy to actually damage any of your body tissue.
Crappy foods like everyone else. If you think you have a parasite, I mean, it's going to be noticed in the bowel movement, and more importantly, again, go to the doctor, get your stool tested, they'll take a sample, and they'll let you know if you have parasites. You probably don't, in which case you need to take health precautions to fix your gut, whether that is reducing the environmental radiation, improving the food quality in the diet, or taking certain probiotic supplements. And
yeah, you generally don't want to take any probiotic supplements. Even eating like high quantities of probiotic foods might be a bad idea. Your kind of body adjusts to the microbiome that's in your gut, and if you radically change it out of nowhere, you can end up having weird issues. It can cause things like SIBO. gas, bloating, itchy skin, anxiety. You can have diarrhea, constipation, blood coming out of your stool, just really weird problems.
Is a parasite possible? Yeah, but it's very, very rare. And she probably didn't get stool testing and just took some supplements.
Okay, this is just fucking weird. I don't know what that video is about.
What is the healthiest salt? I'm gonna give you a hint. It is none of these because the health guru.
So this guy dismisses a bunch
Salt is salt.
of natural salts to then tell people to suck down a chemical-laden potassium salt substitute, which isn't good for you either. When we talk about healthiest,
Yeah, so a lot of people overconsume sodium, and there are potassium-based substitutes that won't raise your blood pressure, but can give you a salty, flavor-enhancing taste. So, yeah, you may want to consider that if your blood pressure's high.
what we actually want is least toxic. So
Salt is salt,
something
again.
like Himalayan salt, which has the pink color, which is the iron content, is
Himalayan salt is pink because of the calcium content, not because of iron content.
actually kind of hard on the liver and bad for the gut microbiome. A lot of these ocean salts are very heavily polluted, so you want to make sure to be careful where you're getting them from. And then the stuff he recommends, which a lot of keto people use and diet gurus, you know, it's made in a laboratory using different types of chemicals and processes, and those toxins from those processes are going into your
I don't think Frank understands what a chemical is.
body. So we do have a bunch of salts on Frankie's Syringe Meat and Frankie's Syringe Foods that are
Yes, buy my salt. My salt is the best salt. By the way, doesn't he fucking sell Himalayan pink salt? The fuck, dude? No, what is it? Frankie's supplements? Yeah, here we go. I don't know if he sells salt here or if it's on his free-range meat. That's mastic gum. He has terrible fucking labeling for his products. Seasoning. Yeah. So he, after saying Himalayan pink salt is bad for you, he literally just sells pink salt. And one of them is like Himalayan pink salt. And then he said, oh yeah, you want to avoid sea salt. And then he sells sea salt. Like, I don't get it. Why? Like, it's just so stupid. Why does he sell the things that he says you should avoid?
a lot of people are downing handfuls of unnecessary supplements thinking it's healthy. But health is really about removing the negatives from your lifestyle as opposed to adding positives. You know, if you break your leg, you can't just put ointments on it and fix it. You're better off preventing yourself from breaking your leg in the first place. Any supplement outside of vitamins or minerals is usually snake oil, although there are exceptions. That's why it's helpful to have blood work and a hair mineral analysis to pinpoint what you're deficient in. When you do decide to take
Hair mineral analysis is not going to do anything to show deficiency. What hair mineral analysis can do is detect a buildup of heavy metals, so like lead. Because lead is going to show up in your bones and hair. It's harder to get bone samples, obviously. But hair mineral analysis is good for seeing things like lead exposure. But it's not actually going to be able to tell you if you're deficient in anything.
Take supplements, you should really only take one per meal to see how you react. Maybe you take vitamin C for breakfast.
You cannot just take a over-the-counter supplement, see how you react, and then based on that, determine if you've taken the right amount or whether or not it's good for you. It does not work like that.
Zinc with lunch, magnesium with dinner. Another significant consideration is most supplements are dosed too high. Very extreme.
It's pretty rare that they are, especially when you're talking about like water soluble.
Artificially high amounts of the vitamin or mineral. That's why I formulated my own safe dosage on organ supplements.
No. So he's ordered raw materials from China. He's literally ordered crap from Alibaba. The reason why his supplements are dosed lower per serving is because he's just ordered shitty, cheap raw materials. Who even knows if these vitamin K supplements are fucking real? Because he orders the shit from China. Who the fuck knows what's in it? And it's probably also a margin thing too. Like a big company like I don't know what's a big like GNC or Johnson. Yeah, I think Johnson Supplements is a big one, or Jameson. They can sell supplements at a cheaper price at higher doses because of economy of scale. He has a lower economy of scale, so I'm sure that's part of it too.
It's like the hottest it's ever been. No water fires for years, no air. It's getting a hell of a lot worse. Backslash slash backslash slash backslash slash slash backslash slash backslash slash backslash slash backslash slash backslash slash backslash.
Yeah, it is getting fucking hot. I don't know how hot it's going to end up getting, but it seems crazy. I think in the next like couple decades, you're probably going to see people move away from the South and especially the West Coast, because I think places like California are just going to completely dry up, and there's likely not really going to be any fresh water for big populations like that to live in. Thanks for the nation, though, Fruit Ship.
That cat is suffering or ends up dying, then you better pray I don't ever come across you. You have been warned, fuckboy.
I'm not watching that. So yeah, my cat vomits sometimes, like every fucking cat. Cats hack up hairballs. That's kind of a normal thing. Usually, when Prismo vomits, it's because he eats the rabbit's hay. That's usually the only time he's ever really vomited. I think, like, on 2 occasions, he ate his food too quickly and then vomited it up. That's why we have a slow feeder for him. We actually have a slow feeder for all of our animals, except I think even technically the rabbits have a slow feeder for their hay. So, yeah, animals can eat too quickly, and then they're prone to vomiting, so Prismo has a slow feeder now. I think since we got him the slow feeder, the only time he's ever vomited is because he ate the rabbit's hay. I think he eats it because the hay just tastes good to him. Yeah. And when he was a kitten, he was found in a barn, and I think that might also be part of it too, because he might have actually been eating the hay because he was starving as a kitten, and his mom got killed by like a coyote or something. And what was the other fucking thing? What was the other stupid thing that fucking idiot said? Oh, always hungry. Well, he gets fed enough, so I think anybody, he's not always hungry, and he has food.
More than a whole day to finish
Yeah.
1 cup of food.
Like, anybody who's owned an animal, they always want to eat something. Like,
Well, and cats are supposed to have multiple small meals.
yeah.
That's just how
Anyway.
What I was trying to do with that scene is that in the impossible hypothetical, is that if Trump won and got the pardon, the Infinity Gauntlet resembles the pardon and Iron Man is the DOJ fighting back him with evading accountability. Hope that made sense.
I don't know if the DOJ could really do anything if he becomes president. They'd probably have to wait until after his presidency. Because there's never really been a situation like that where you have a president who's committed really serious felonies while in office. So, yeah, I don't think the Infinity War comparison really works, but thanks, Bendover.
I really can't stand Frank Tufano, but at the same time I can't stop thinking about his lips wrapped around the end of my cock. Anyone feeling the same way? Surely I can't be the only one. Flumbly lily rumpila paploiploplum or say meth trumbly bug nog shimplat.
Yeah, I try to block Frank Tufano out of my mind entirely. He just creeps me out. But thanks for the donation, Poopy Stinks.
Wife's midwife told us to eat eggs and not be vegan, citing needs for protein, choline, folate, complete amino profiles. Told her we have been 6 years vegan. She talked about it for like 5 minutes and told my wife she needs 100 plus grams of protein a day.
I don't know why you have a midwife. They're usually retarded and useless, and that person sounds especially stupid. They have multivitamins for pregnant women, and they usually contain added choline. So... yeah, as far as the protein recommendation, I mean... I don't know how heavy your wife is, but that likely isn't appropriate. If your wife's like, I don't know, 130 pounds, and she's not weight training, that's a lot of protein. That's right around where you, like, what you'd recommend for somebody who's like a bodybuilder. So I don't know why she's recommending that high a protein intake for somebody who, as far as I know, doesn't weight train. Thanks for the donation, though, Kloop.
Is this a new Frank vid? How is his food business going?
Yeah, all of those were new Frank vids. And as far as I'm aware, the move to the new factory went smoothly. And his business is doing just fine, so hopefully something happens where he gets put out of business. We can only hope. But thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
Did you get the second email I sent?
Let me take a look, James. Okay, I didn't see the response. Let me just read it now. Yeah, thanks for the advice, James. I think the, like, every 60 to 90 minutes, taking a few minutes to decompress is probably a good idea. I do get frustrated on stream sometimes, and I think I will take that advice and see how that works, if I do end up getting kind of frustrated on stream. Thanks for the donation, dude. And I'll try that, like, maybe during the day, too. Just what I've, chilled. Appreciate the donation, man. Thanks for the advice. I have been eating a lot more fresh fruit, too, by the way.
Microwave your poop in a bowl. Mix in fresh basil. Sink your teeth into the stinky floppy melted anal candy bar. Enjoy the passion of poop in your mouth. Do not brush your teeth. There is no need. Keep the shit mouth forever, let the warm poop last.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that next time I poop. Appreciate the donation, Brown Logs, yum.
Ask Jasmine why she wouldn't let you touch her butt.
Okay, sure, I'll ask her that after stream. Why you wouldn't let me touch your butt? Huh? I don't know. They're saying I wouldn't let you touch your butt at some point. Usually she does let me touch her butt, especially when she's sleeping. But thanks for the donation, Smedrick.
Jasmanity.
It's actually a pretty funny story. Okay, sure. Alright. It was pretty funny, though. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
More Frank to react, must watch, funny conspiracy theories, give Jim advice on reps, and more weirdness.
Well, we've already reacted to this. This is a few days old. The only interesting part is when he started talking about training. And, like, again, we already know Frank doesn't, understand how to train. He was saying you can get the same results doing, squats with, 200 pounds as you can with, squatting 400 pounds, which is not true. He doesn't understand, again, things like periodization, specificity, like how to train for certain adaptations. He's not as retarded as Sverige, so when he was talking about this, he was mostly just saying you should avoid steroids, especially in higher doses. And yeah, he also has this idea that heavy weights are just inherently dangerous when they're not really. As long as you take proper precautions, the risk of, injury, especially catastrophic injury, is pretty low. Thanks for the donation, though, guy who donated.
My vegan friend is in this band Violent Pact. The blonde in the video is in a band called Dryer Fire. She ran into a wall performing. It was so gory, it would violate TOS. She was smiling. Scary.
Don't know if I like that music. I'll listen. Well, what the fuck? I'll look them up and see if they have any like good recordings, because that live sounded awful. Thanks for the donation though, Colburn. Timmy donated $2. Do you remember the video of Brandon Carter by chance when he reacted to your video about him? He seemed pretty triggered, to be honest. Seems like he has a god complex or something.
We made it.
Yeah,
we finally made it. Vegan Games finally made a video about me. Vegan Games finally, I've been waiting for years. We made it, man. We made it. Everybody get some. Yo.
Yep, I remember. That was a really stupid fucking response. He did try to make a like actual response to the video after it came out. Not just this like stupid haha you made a video about me thing. And again, he completely shat the bed. And what's funny too is he was like making claims about cholesterol, saying, oh, like saturated fat, cholesterol in your diet doesn't really affect your serum cholesterol. Well, I challenged him, like, just eat a plant-based diet for even 1 week. Just eliminate saturated fat and cholesterol from your diet for 1 week. It's not like it's going to do anything to your physique. You're not going to get, like, fat or skinny or whatever in 1 week. And he straight up refused to do it because he knew I'd prove him wrong. Like he was just making claims in that video that were just so easily disproved. And then he shut up after I made that second video responding to his dumb response. But he's not a very smart guy. Thanks for the donation, Timmy. And yeah, he was triggered as fuck.
Check out this unique marathon runner, who finished the race and even got a medal.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Wow. Now that's a good fucking duck. Oh my god. Wow. That's funny. Oh my god. Wow. That's really fucking funny. Look at that duck. I like ducks. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
Have you heard about this bitch Sophia Esperanza? She has a pretty large following and just made the I'm not vegan anymore video. Basically her doing mental gymnastics and saying how she's a good person for 1 hour.
Yeah, I think that's already saved in the queue. We're gonna react to that later in the stream. I'm not gonna watch the whole video because I know there's no way there's an hour worth of content that's worth listening to, but it already sounds like nothing but just pure bullshit. Apparently she like feels bad for plants and crap like that. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the nation, though, Cocked. I've never heard of her. 348k subs. Like, what the fuck was she even doing on her channel? Is it like some... I don't even understand this. What? Like, did she just recently delete all of her videos, or is she big on some other platform? Okay, it looks like she's a big Instagrammer. So she has like a travel Instagram. I can tell you exactly what happened. It seems like she's interested in traveling. And when she goes to certain places, oftentimes the only option for her is like plain rice or just plain potatoes or something. And she got fed up with doing that, and then she just wants to eat like steaks wherever she goes. That's what it sounds like. That's what it seems like to me. And it's usually like always that story where they just can't be fucked anymore. But yeah, I'm gonna react to that later. Like, the views she gets on her channel don't make fucking sense for barely uploading. Thanks for the donation, though, Cocked. Colburn Clark donated $3. Yeah, you already sent me that link, but thanks, man. I'm gonna look at some other recordings.
That was a personal butt-touching question.
Yes. Some butt-touching questions I think need to remain private, but I do like touching butts. I will admit that. Thanks for the donation, James.
Instead of taking a break like James said, why not lay down on your belly and squeeze out a nice turd? Let the brown log rise from the crack and fall like a plump warm butt tree. Microwave the poop. Enjoy the warm poop with Jasmine. Save some for later.
Yeah, I'll try the, like, meditation and stuff first, and then if that doesn't work, I'll try microwaving my poops. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
React to this.
It's easy to say that Joey...
Oh my god. I don't want to. I already know what he said. I was talking about this with Ask Yourself. Foottard is just a fucking moron. Maybe, but he really didn't say anything. He was literally giving advice that was exactly opposite of what Joey needed to hear and what he should have done. Joey didn't make any arguments. He didn't run Name the Trait, even though Foot Soldier said he spent way too much time on Name the Trait. He spent like no time on Name the Trait. And he also said he needed to spend the entire debate sympathizing with him on masculine-related problems when that has nothing to do with animal rights. Like, Foot Soldier is an absolute moron. I also don't know what bike he's riding. It looks kind of strange. I think that's an electric. Yeah, I think that's just an e-bike.
Kind of person equipped to have such a conversation anyway. So first off, good effort to Joey.
Or is it? Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's a weird bike. I can't see a clutch, but maybe it's the angle. No, I think it's a motorcycle, actually. Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to make any guarantees, because that's a really bad video.
Nah. Ain't no way dude stroked out in 4K. Bro saw a Shinigami mid-sentence and couldn't say anything at the risk of his own death. He must have seen what the crazy airplane lady saw when she freaked out and got kicked off.
We're on a path to finishing the NDA this week. It's been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
Jesus. Whoa. Look at the guy behind him.
Are you good?
Yeah, he was having a seizure. That's a type of seizure.
Mitch.
Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Let's go back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
Could you address what happened
Whoa, he is not well mentally.
at the start of the press conference, and it was related to your injury from...
Why the fuck don't these people retire?
earlier this year where you suffered a concussion? Is that...
No, I'm fine.
You're fine, you're fully able to do your job?
No.
Mr. Lear, can I just get your reaction to...
That was weird.
And a string of
Yeah, that looks like a certain type of seizure. That's what it looks like. Either that or just like a weird dementia episode.
Lifting Vegan Logic did a critique on Ms. Esperanza today. Also, there is a still pic of Vladislava Galakan with some rock dove's pigeons. The birds are perched on her right arm.
Let me take a look at those two things. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's a 2-hour, like 50-something minute breakdown. Yeah, that's, really long. And... let me see. Oh, YouTube. Let me see. Was it in this video? I don't see the thing with the doves. Yeah. Anyway. Thanks for the donation, James. I don't see the dove thing. Yeah, if she was vegan and not a Demon Slayer fan, she'd be a pretty good catch, but unfortunately, nobody's perfect.
That Sophia chick said she is only going to eat dairy and eggs from quote ethical farms. She really doesn't even give a reason why she doesn't claim it's for medical reasons. She basically says she just doesn't like labels of being called vegan.
So again, it seems like she's interested in traveling, and it is easier in terms of food choices to be vegetarian as opposed to vegan. So she probably just wants to be able to eat whatever the hell off a store shelf, or have whatever when she goes out to eat at like restaurants or something. That's probably why. It's so easy to rationalize too. Oh, at ethical farms, like, these animals end up getting murdered at the end of the day. They are all exploited. I don't know how the fuck she can think any of this is ethical. She's a joke. Just stupid, so. Thanks for the nation, though, cocked and loaded. Donate $2. Can you watch Chris Jones shout you out 410? Lol, let me see. How to become a good trainer. Let me see. 410.
Try to make sure your knowledge is rooted in facts, because you got people out here. Greg Doucette is just one of many. I came up in the golden era of YouTube where people like Vegan Gains and others, there are going to be people that will see you say some bullshit that was not true and make a video calling you out for views. Not only calling you out for views, but making you look stupid online. Not only calling you out for views, but showing the holes in your game. They say the truth will set you free. That is true in so many ways. The truth will set you free from every angle. It will set you free from the potential bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not, like, close with Chris. We've sent a few emails back and forth here and there. We're on good terms. But it's cool that he appreciates constructive criticism. I do appreciate that about Chris Jones. He's not like Greg, who just feels like he's being like attacked no matter what you say to him, as long as it's criticism. So that's kind of cool about him. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
This is my favorite meme that was created by Fake News Network with making it look like Senator Bitch McConnell regretted trusting his farts lol.
Let me take a look.
Partisan cooperation and a string of
Yeah, I don't think he shot himself, but thanks for that donation, bend over.
It is a still pic. Try going to home on YouTube. Then search Vladislava Gulagan pigeons.
Still pick. Yeah, I do not see anything. Also, what the fuck is she doing here? What the fuck? Yeah, I can't see anything. This looks fucking weird though. Oh my god. Never, ever, ever do this. This is just stupid. All you're gonna do is damage your skin, and if this isn't done properly and for too long, you can actually get really bad like skin infections. I've seen people have their skin die off after doing this, and they ended up getting like really bad staph infections and have like a permanent scar. Never ever get this done. It does nothing. It's just ancient Chinese bullshit. Nice seeing your butt though.
I hope it's not too much because I'm really sensitive to cups. No, it's not. Very much.
Yeah, that is just nonsense. I can't find the pigeon clip though. That looks nice. Yeah, I don't know where you found that. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Is Doucette actually Jewish?
I have no idea. I don't know if he has any Jewish family or ancestry. I have no idea. But it's still really weird regardless that Mike Hunt would have said. Am I James Hunt? You know who I mean. Mark Hunt, right? No. I can't remember the fucking guy's name, but it's weird that he'd say that. Thanks for the donation though, James. You donated $2. You seen this one yet? Let me see.
Trafficking crimes related to pornographic.
Oh yeah, I've already seen this. I haven't watched it on stream.
It's always funny when Greg tries to use a college degree he got like 20 plus years ago to try and put himself on the same level as a Mike Israetel. Never mind that Greg probably never reads anything, whereas Mike and others literally do research.
Well, Greg got his degree in kinesiology, and kinesiology is just practically useless if you're gonna use something like that for like, you know, fitness. Like if you're going to like be a coach, a kinesiology degree is not really going to do anything for you. So not only, yeah, did he get his degree a long time ago, but it's like a practically useless degree for, you know, the application that he's trying to use it in. It just doesn't make you a better coach. Thanks for the nation, though, Adam. Yeah, I'm going to wait until at least part 2 is out to watch this on stream, but it was a good video. Thanks for the donation, you, Adam. Alright, let's try finishing the Destiny thing.
Like true on its face, right? Why, like, of all the things to take issue with, I could be wrong, but weren't some early black blues musicians or even early black, it wouldn't have been jazz, it would have been black blues musicians, like weren't some of them classically trained to play music inside for like white people and shit? Like, and I'm sure there are some things that you learn in the process of working, even as a slave, that are somewhat beneficial to real life stuff, like if you like past slavery. But I mean, obviously,
I don't know why Destiny does this. Like, it started with, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes isn't that bad of a guy. He's not a Nazi. And now we're, oh yeah, the like Florida teaching kids that slavery wasn't that bad. That what do you mean? So why is he
valuable
doing
skills
this?
Jews learned in concentration camps. It's distasteful and disrespectful. I mean, history is just history.
Yeah, there's a difference between, like, saying black people benefited from slavery and black people were able to use skills that they learned while being enslaved. They both can mean the same thing, but there's a difference there, and it's clear the Florida curriculum is trying to give this white supremacist take that black people benefited from slavery. There's a statement from 2 of the people who wrote Florida's new education standards on slavery. In it, they give several names of people to exemplify slaves who learned skills they applied later in life. Let's go through the supposed truth of the list one by one. Want the truth on Florida's African American history standards? See statement below from experts who crafted them. Any attempt to reduce slaves to just victims of oppression fails to recognize their strength, courage, resiliency during difficult time in American history. Every standard benchmark and benchmark clarification was developed using methodological process with our work group. Our work group began in February, worked through May to ensure new standards. Blah, blah, blah. The intent of this particular benchmark classification is to show that some slaves developed highly specialized trades from which they benefited. This is factual, well documented. Some examples include blacksmiths like Ned Cobb, Henry Blair, Lewis Latimer, John Henry, shoemakers like James Fortin, Paul Coof, Betty Washington Lewis, fishing shipping workers, blah, blah. Any attempt to reduce slaves to just victims of oppression fails to recognize, well, they're not just victims of oppression, but like, again, the way this is worded, it seems like, oh, they weren't victims, they weren't oppressed, they actually benefited from being slaves. Like, that's fucked. Florida students deserve to learn how slaves took advantage of whatever circumstances they were in to benefit themselves and the community. It is disappointing, but nevertheless unsurprising that critics would reduce months of work to create Florida's first ever standalone strand of African American history standards to a few isolated expressions without context. We encourage everyone to view these robust standards for themselves. First name is Ned Cobb, who is listed as blacksmith. Ned Cobb was a tenant farmer and activist who was born in 1885, 20 years after the emancipation of slaves. So he wasn't even a slave. Second name is Henry Blair, also listed as a blacksmith. There's no evidence Henry Blair was ever enslaved, and the fact he could register patents is evidence he was not, in fact, ever enslaved. Third name is Lewis Latimer, also listed as a blacksmith. Lewis's parents escaped slavery, obtained the freedom in Massachusetts, and eventually Lewis was born a free man in free Massachusetts. None of these people were even slaves. Fourth name is John Henry, also listed as a blacksmith. Detailed facts about the real John Henry are disputed, and his status is principally a folk hero. Oh, right. Okay, I think I've heard of this. He might not have actually been a real historical figure. Fifth name is James Fortin, listed as a shoemaker. James was a free-born African-American and a sailmaker, not shoemaker. Whoa. So, like, dude, the supposed fact-based African-American education thing is totally wrong. Sixth name is Paul Koof, listed as a shoemaker. Paul was also born free and was a whaler. Seven, like, my God, dude. They're naming these people as shoemakers when, like, the one was a fucking sailmaker, the other was a whaler. Seventh name is Betty Washington Lewis, listed as a shoemaker. Betty was the free white sister of George Washington, first president of the United States and slave owner. They're listing George Washington's sister, who was a slave owner, as a black slave shoemaker. Eighth name is Jupiter Hammond, listed as a fishing and shipping industry worker. Jupiter is the first name in the list so far who was actually a slave all his life and was a writer-poet. If he worked in that industry, it was in that capacity. Ninth name is John Chavis, listed as a fishing and shipping industry worker. Was born free, never enslaved, worked as a minister and teacher. 10th name, William Whipper, also listed as a fishing industry worker. Born to an enslaved mother and her owner, but was born in 1804 in Pennsylvania, where the existing law made him free at birth. He was a businessman. Like this is crazy. And then Destiny's defending their curriculum, saying, oh yeah, they're just stating facts, right? Like, none of this is anywhere close to factual. And again, like, it's clear they're trying to give people this white supremacist idea that black people benefited from slavery and white people were being benevolent to slaves by taking them out of, you know, their original culture, bringing them into white civilized culture where, oh, they learned all these important skills where they benefited themselves and made a better life for themselves. They're literally in Florida trying to teach these white supremacist talking points about slavery. They're literally using arguments that were pro-slavery, that were used at the time to justify slavery. And their curriculum is nowhere near fucking accurate. Most of the people they're talking about were never fucking slaves. And then Destiny is acting like, oh yeah, what's wrong with curriculum? Like, what? This isn't anywhere close to fucking accurate. This is insane. 11th name is Crispus Attucks, also listed as a fishing, shipping industry worker. She was indeed a slave and became a sailor after escaping slavery, but he was born in Inland in Massachusetts, and his slaver's work was cattle. 12th name is Elizabeth Keckley, listed as a seamstress. Elizabeth was indeed a slave, learned how to be a seamstress while a slave, but it was her enslaved mother who taught her how to do that while her slavers raped her. Jesus. Whole list is ridiculous, but this one is breaking me. 13th name is James Thomas, listed as a tailor. This is a little more complicated. James was born a slave and had his freedom bought by his mother at age 6, but Tennessee law stipulated he would remain legally a slave until he left the state. He worked as an apprentice at a barbershop owned by another slave and eventually opened his own barbershop. He worked as a barber, eventually gained his real freedom, and then in his later years, he was a real estate investor, not a tailor. 14th is Mariette Carter, listed as a tailor. Cannot find any information on who this person was. There are literally no hits. 15th name is Betsy Stockston, listed as a teacher. Betsy was born a slave, yes, and became an indentured servant around when she was a teenager to the same person. She probably did become literate while enslaved. In indentured servitude, however, she became a teacher while on a missionary trip of her own after she was a fully free person. Like, these are... could go on, but... most of these people were not slaves. Most of the fucking occupations they claimed they even followed are not the occupations they followed. And most of them certainly didn't learn them because of slavery. And even the people who actually were slaves, again, they were wrong about their actual lives. And some of these people are literally not even real historical figures. So this is insane. The Florida Black history is a joke. It's just a means of promoting white supremacy. That's all it is. That is crazy.
Ready to start the sit-ups? On try hashtag FitGirlRaygon. That is where I saw the pic.
Which fucking one is the hashtag? Oh, there we go. Wait, fit girl. I cannot find... I can't find anything. And yeah, we'll start the sit-ups in just a minute. I just want to get through some of these donos, and I'll start doing sit-ups reacting to the Pierce Morgan vid. Thanks for that donation, James.
Check out this new product put out for Republicans by Republicans.
Hello YouTube, it's me Ted Cruz, here to tell you about a revolutionary new health supplement that helps you lose weight and build muscle. Introducing Trump's Tiny White Balls, the powerful new dietary aid made by Republicans for Republicans.
I find Trump's Tiny White Balls to be absolutely delicious, and this weight loss candy is pretty good too.
Trump's Tiny White Balls are designed to be licked and or sucked slowly to ensure timed release delivery of the powerful protein and enzymes located at each ball's core.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the nation bend over. Wasn't really a great one. Orange free, donated $2.
You know, I was gonna
this is an annoying ass black pill channel. I'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Orange free. I don't know why he's even calling it False Hope University. From what I understand, most of Hamza's audience aren't really looking for pickup advice. Hamza doesn't really make any advice on talking to girls. He's made like one video, and it's because he knows he doesn't know how to talk to women. Like, this is a glorified, like, closed off Facebook group. Like, that's what it is. And it's a scam. He's just charging people money to be part of a group where they give bullshit information that doesn't help anybody. And he got the idea from Andrew Tate's stupid fucking Hustlers University thing. I don't know why he's characterizing it like that. Thanks for that donation, though, Orange Free.
Don't know if you can see the tweet he's replying to, but Elon is boosting the conspiracy the vax causes cardiac arrest in healthy adults like LeBron James' kid recently.
Cannot ascribe everything to the vaccine. We cannot ascribe nothing. Yeah, myocarditis is a known side effect of the vaccine, but you're more likely to suffer myocarditis from the virus. So the only people that are really at risk of myocarditis from the vaccine are young men, and they're at much higher risk of getting myocarditis from getting infected with the actual virus, COVID. And chances are, if you get it from COVID, it's going to be much more severe. Myocarditis from the vaccine is also very easy to pick up and treat. It's not like you're not going to know you have it and then you're just going to die suddenly. Like, it's very fucking obvious when somebody has myocarditis. You're going to get sharp stabbing pains. Sometimes it feels like it's originating from your armpit, but you're going to know you have it. It's not it's not something that will go undetected, then you'll suddenly die. So, as far as I know, at least in the modern developed world, no one has died or gotten really any serious health effects from myocarditis from the vaccine. I've seen some crazy wacko dum-dums in press conferences where one guy said his son died from myocarditis from the vaccine, and I think they're probably lying. Because again, if his son had myocarditis and it was severe enough that he actually died, like, he would have been in severe fucking pain for days. So why the fuck didn't he go to the hospital? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Musk is a fucking idiot. And Bonnie James suffers cardiac arrest during USC workout. Like, you don't know what the fuck even caused this. It's uncommon, but it does happen. Like, some athletes do develop maladaptive cardiomyopathy. And you can just have sudden cardiac arrest if you have maladaptive cardiomyopathy. Especially since it's a basketball player. I don't know why you'd suspect the vaccine. Like, that would be your first suspicion. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's also not in line with known COVID vaccine side effects. Like, it doesn't just make your fucking heart stop. Thanks for the nation, though, Caleb.
What's going on, everybody? People wanted to know what the Great One thinks, so I thought I would give you my opinion on these issues now there.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is still Wednesday afternoon. Reason for the video is 2 years ago I did make a video on this chick by the name of Eugenia Cooley in terms of trying to ponder as far
Eugenia Cooney can fit between my gap tooth, needs a sandwich and a glass of milk.
as to why YouTube still keeps her content up. She doesn't do anything bodybuilding or fitness related. She talks about makeup and
YouTube should shut her channel down. What the fuck? What the fuck is this video?
So from the back and everything. I think this is actually such a cool outfit, guys. Like,
Oh my
I feel
god.
like I would just like I love kind of like the design of the shirt. Ooh.
It is, like, every time I see her, it's just astonishing that somebody can be alive and be this skinny.
Exit from the side.
Like, how the fuck is she still living? I mean, there's no muscle here. It's literally just bone. What the fuck? Like, there's just a big skin flap here, and then it's just bone. So yeah, YouTube should shut her channel down. Like, and by the way, she hasn't turned her comments off. She also hasn't filtered her comments. She hasn't hired anybody to, you know, moderate her comment section. Eugenia is the epitome of social media decaying the mind. This would be a perfect Black Mirror episode. Like, so many people mentioning anorexia. It's amazing she's still alive. Like, it just endless series of people mentioning her anorexia. So I think Eugenia actually likes these anorexia comments, and she enjoys seeing the attention the anorexia is giving her. For her own benefit, her channel should be taken down. And I think for the benefit of others too, because she probably triggers some other people who are prone to eating disorders. I don't know why YouTube hasn't taken her channel down. It's pretty fucking weird. I don't know why they can't work in reverse and I don't know, just make up whatever. Like, I mean, it's their fucking platform. If they want to ban her, it's like, what the fuck is she gonna do, really? But yeah, she really should get her channel taken down. I also don't know what the fuck this video is. This just got recommended to me. I think it's a fake resurrection. Wait, what?
Look after her body, looking after her, Lord, because Jesus, you are the resurrection.
Oh, deceased Christian getting Deborah dressed for resurrection and healing.
Life. So
this is a dead person they're laying out on a bed and dressing up.
is coming back. Praise you, Lord.
Why did they upload this 3 months ago? I'm surprised. Like, she has Riger, really bad Riger. Yeah, she's stiff as a fucking board. I thought this was like a joke, but holy shit, she must have just died. There's some crazy Christian channel that uploaded a video of them dressing some dead old lady up in like a jacket, and it's called Getting Deborah Dressed for Resurrection. And it looks like she just died because she has really bad rigor mortis. Like, she's completely stiff. How is... How did they upload this? Holy shit. That's crazy.
Destiny, history is your history. Destiny, when one of the orbiters he was banging goes rogue, I need to write a 30-page manifesto to ensure that no one's historical interpretation of events could be misconstrued as me being bad. He tries when he wants.
Well, yeah. I don't know why he's stupid, but it's Florida. Like, Ron DeSantis is behind this. Like, why would he assume anything in this Black History curriculum is accurate, knowing Ron DeSantis is behind it, and knowing that it's in fucking Florida? And then, yeah, sure enough, if you do any research, it's completely inaccurate, and it's clearly white supremacist propaganda. Like, it's just insane. Most of the fucking people on the list were never slaves. It's just nutty. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest.
Hashtag fit girl region.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. They only have... Wait, let me see if it's like on the main page. Okay, I still don't see any photos. Yeah, I only see like vids and shorts.
All my body hurts, like because today is Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any pigeons still. Thanks for that donation though, James. They might have taken it down or something, who knows. Kaiser Bun donated $2. Do you think Sawyer Clat on sauce? Nigga watch at 641. I think there's a good chance. Let me see. 641. So his deadlift is so far off from the rest of his lifts, and I mean, you can kind of see why. Not only does he have ideal proportions for deadlifting, but like, look at the range of motion. So it's like he has really long arms, and he has long legs, but again, like, he does a sumo stance to like make it that much easier for him. And then, like, he's using a fucking really whippy deadlift bar. So right about there is when the bar starts to actually break off the floor. Like, I mean, look at the range of motion that's left. It's like 2 inches. So if he was doing a fucking conventional deadlift with a stiff bar, I don't know, like, it'd still probably be pretty impressive. He's probably, like, deadlifting around 600. If you were to do conventional stiff bar, that would be my guess. Still really good. Like, maybe he's even close to 700, which is still really good, but, like, 840, I mean, give me a fucking break. Like, the only reason he's doing this is because it's sumo with a fucking deadlift bar. And is he saucing? It's possible. I mean, he's friends with David Lade, so like, he does look a lot different compared to a few years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he's on something, but I can't say for sure, but he's friends with David Lade, so that probably says enough. Thanks for the nation, Kaiser Bun.
So from 1970 to 2020, 1321 athletes died from cardiac arrest. From 2020 to 2022, 1598 athletes have died from cardiac arrest. Now why is this, Richie? You've told us all along this precious vaccine concoction is good, yet it seems like it's killing people.
I don't know where you're getting those numbers from. So I don't know. I don't know if those numbers are real. I don't know if any of that is related to the vaccine, or if it's related to fucking steroid use, or just the sheer number of athletes, or what sports are popular. Like, in 1970, like, I mean, football players were way fucking skinnier than they are now. I'm sure that would contribute to things like cardiac arrest. But I don't know. I don't know what sports are even included in that. Like, does that include bodybuilders? Like, wouldn't surprise me that a lot of bodybuilders have cardiac arrest. But thanks to the nation, Corona Bro.
Why are the people around her okay with her being that skinny WTF? What about her parents?
I don't know about her dad. A lot of people don't really know much about her dad, but Jacqueline Glenn was friends with her at one point, and she said her mom supports her anorexia. Apparently, this all relates back to her mom, and her mom. If you see Eugenia Cooney's mom in some of her videos, she's fucking crazy. She is not neurologically normal. And yeah, according to some people who know Eugenia Cooney, her mom is a huge trigger for her, and her mom is like encouraging her to eat less, trying to take her away from like her friends, stuff like that, preventing her from getting any help for anorexia recovery, shit like that. So yeah, looks like she's just gonna die. I don't know if she has any friends at this point, because again, apparently her mom shields her from everybody who tries to get her help for anorexia. So she might only really be talking to her mom, and her dad might be kind of getting manipulated too. I don't know though. I don't know if her mom and dad are still together. I have no idea. Thanks for the nation though, Tool. Alawali Blue Vegan Donny Tellers, God is coming, repent.
I believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier. Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human.
What did he just say? Before we even get into trusting NASA and all these people on their word, or whether or not we actually believe in UFOs, we need to ask ourselves this. Is it at all possible for demonic forces to manifest themselves physically? Well, what's the Bible have to tell us? First of all, we know that the snake in the garden was actually Satan. Go to Revelations if you think it...
Ugh.
And it's much more likely and scientific that they worship something that's like an alien with powers and is so cool. And even if nothing comes from this hearing, it's really great prep work to get us all desensitized to the idea. What an epic...
I'd be extraordinarily surprised if there were actually alien civilizations that have been on Earth for a while, because there's literally no evidence of it. You're talking about... You're talking about thousands of people who would have to be responsible for these, you know, projects researching alien spacecraft and I don't know, I guess alien bodies that are recovered. And none of this information is getting out to the public. None of it's getting leaked. And again, nobody has ever gotten any fucking footage of it. There's never been any witnesses. Like, the likelihood of keeping a secret like that for so long is, like, literally impossible. You can't do it. Like, look at nuclear energy and nuclear bombs. Only a few years after the US developed, nuclear technology, those secrets escaped. And that's with, like, the highest levels of security, trying to ensure that nobody would, get that information. It's just not possible. So these fucking UFO hearings, like, they're just bullshit. Every fucking UFO story, if you look into it, is just fucking horseshit. Sawyer Klatt has a 700-pound squat and sleeves, so I would be really surprised if he couldn't pull over 700 conventional. Really? Holy shit. Sawyer Klatt, conventional deadlift. Let me see if I can find anything. There's 800. It looks like he only pulls sumo. It'd be fucking funny if he did like a conventional and it was like only 500 pounds. Let me see. Let me see his squat, I guess. $585 2 years ago. Okay, 400 to 700 pounds squat. Holy shit. Yeah, Jesus. Did he get up to a 405 bench yet? I want to see this. Yeah, I think he has pretty damn good proportions for lower body lifts. What is he benching? 405 with David Lade. Yeah, fuck, dude. Yeah, he's pretty goddamn fucking strong.
Maui rolling over 7 years ago.
Let me take a look.
Hey, boy. Hey, boy.
Oh my god. Wow.
Roll over.
He was still rolling even back then.
Roll over. Roll over.
Wow. That's a good cat. Very orange. Thanks for the donation, the then now. Yerba Boy donated $2. Did you like yerba mate? Not really. Also, Peep This Garden.
3 DIY tips to live life more sustainably. Number 1. Aloe vera hand soap is just incredibly good for your skin and hair. It's a great moisturizer, but also helps to fight skin aging, reduce infections, acne, and boost healing effects of wounds. This is a simple yet really effective way of reducing the amount of plastic containers chucked away every week in your house by producing your stock of 100% natural hand soap. Number 2.
That looks difficult. Oh, soap base, and then add aloe vera. That looks hard.
Tucked away using your stock.
Yeah, I don't know how that would really turn out.
Hand soap. Number 2. When I'm home in the evening, I love to use candles to create a nice, cozy atmosphere and relax. However, some store-bought candles contain a lot of chemicals, and that's why I decided to make my own, using herbs and flowers from my garden. Number 3. Making your own body scrub has the benefits of silky, smooth skin.
Who the fuck uses candles?
With very little effort or skincare products, but it's found naturally in sugar, and penetrate you looking fresh and rejuvenated.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna rub cucumber over my
Penetrate the
face,
skin,
but thanks for the donation, Yerba Boy.
Now here's a religion that I could get behind, no pun intended, and I'd nominate you to be their prophet or pope of this religion, lol.
Oh yeah, Adentology, the religion for women with big butts. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being part of a butt-worshipping religion. Thanks for the donation, though, bend over. Alright. It is time to start doing sit-ups. I'm just gonna go take a piss, and then I'll set up the sit-up board. Let's see. Aaron, he's kidney stone. Donate $2 natty or not? Not natty. Clearly on something. Yeah, pretty sure that guy... Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. I think it might have just been the lighting, maybe. But, that's a lot of weight loss, if that's the same person. She might actually be natty. You can see a dip in her hip, which is normal female anatomy. Yeah, you know what, actually? What the fuck is going on there? Her one cheek is way bigger than the other. Yeah, I don't know what to think of that one. She might have gotten fillers put in. Or like a weird fat graft that just didn't really work. Yeah, that looks weird. I think she's natty. She looks annoying, though. Think she's natty, just big boobed. I have no idea. These videos are annoying. 3:15. And another terrible bench. I don't know if he's natty or not. Thanks for the nation, Aaron. CCP donated $2. China's trying to scare you.
Christopher Nolan's film Oppenheimer has sparked anger in India, and I sympathize with the feelings of the Indian people. However, Indians may not be able to achieve the goal of having the relevant scenes deleted by Hollywood, as the Indian film market is still relatively small and Hollywood...
How are the sit-ups going? Looks like her hips and glutes are out of proportion.
Yeah. I don't know if she had some, like, plastic surgery or if she's just oddly proportioned. Thanks for the nation, though, James. And I'm just starting them. I haven't actually gotten to the sit-ups yet. Thanks for the donation, dude.
May not care. Let's see how India selects the size of the Chinese film market. Western politicians consider...
Okay, I don't know why somebody sent me that.
Here's what we're going to say. Pearl Davis is the sole style.
Good.
Not even kidding, Spence Crawford maybe once in a lifetime. It's for undisputed. Last time it happened was 30 years ago. Are you excited? Check it out really quick.
Jr. is one of the
best. I know.
Spence with some sweet...
The unified welterweight. For all the Marquez Crawford 7-pound history.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I guess we'll see. I don't know anything about either of those fighters, but we'll see what happens. Thanks for the nation, Vegan for Life.
Anti-feminist influencers creating major buzz online with a contrarian view. She's appeared in a couple of debates on this show. It's called Uncensored after all. We welcome any honestly held opinions. But this week, she's facing a major backlash for posting a song titled Why Can't We Talk About the Jews, which she dedicated to far-right commentator Nick Fuentes before later deleting it.
Why can't we?
Okay, sorry. Why is Pierce calling Fuentes a far-right commentator. He's a fucking Nazi. Just call him a fucking Nazi.
We talk about without getting kicked off of YouTube. Now, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I kinda wanna know why. Now there's all these conspiracy theories, and the more they talk, I think maybe they're right. But I can't even listen to the convo.
Well, Pearl joins me now, along with the New York author and founder of End Jew Hatred, Brooke Goldstein, over in the States. All right, Pearl, you've come on the show a couple of times, right? We've had some spirited debates about feminism and stuff like that, and I thought you've made some good points, and it's got lots of traction. Then I wake up the other day and I see this thing that's trending involving you doing this song, and I couldn't really believe what I was watching. I didn't know why did you find it funny?
Huh?
Did you find it funny? I mean, you know the backlash to it. I mean, you deleted it. You obviously thought you shouldn't have posted it. Why did you do that? Genuine question.
I mean, the point was more about cancel culture and people getting kicked off of social media if you finished the song. It was more about, like, you can't talk about this topic without being canceled by the left and the right. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. It was kind of just like tongue-in-cheek. I didn't really expect it to get that crazy. It wasn't dedicated.
Dude, she seems way too fucking happy given the circumstances. Seems to me like she did this whole stunt hoping it would get a reaction where everybody would start calling her a Nazi, but she only cared about the clout and the attention, and now that she's on Piers Morgan, she's getting exactly what she wanted, like the attention.
To anyone. I don't know why they say that, but that's not true.
I mean, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. He's a Holocaust denier. He said afterwards that you had dropped a diss track on the Jews, which he clearly took to be something which was, mocking Jewish people, talking about, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. What do you want to know why?
Well, it was more like, why can't we talk about it? It wasn't like
you talked
one
about the
way or
more
the
conspiracy theories you've heard about.
It's not that you can't talk about the Holocaust. You can't spread misinformation about the Holocaust without getting either censored or canceled. Like, again, the people who are complaining about not being able to argue the facts surrounding the Holocaust are the people who are deliberately trying to spread misinformation.
Hitler and the Holocaust, presumably.
I'm a fan of conspiracy theory. Like, people think I'm part of the CIA. There's a whole conspiracy thing online. And, I'm not for, silencing it either way. The point of the song isn't, I really have an opinion on the matter. It's more, I don't think we should ban people off of social media. So far so that I don't even...
Right. Like, we should let people on YouTube spread Holocaust denialism. That's your brilliant idea? She's a piece of shit.
I think it should be illegal to ban anybody off of social media unless they're inciting violence. That was the...
And telling people that the Jews lied about the Holocaust so that they could take over the world, that's not an incitement of violence? She's a fucking idiot. Just absolutely tired.
The point of the song. I'm not really... It was more like tongue-in-cheek.
But just to be clear, what are the conspiracy theories surrounding Hitler, which you feel the more you hear them, the more you're interested in them?
Well, I don't know, because I can't hear them.
Huh?
I don't know
the ones that Nick Fuentes...
Well, I wasn't even talking about Nick. I was thinking of Ye, to be honest. I don't know why they put that Nick was the inspiration for that song. I was thinking of Ye.
You are aware of the big backlash to this and the deep upset from the Jewish community.
I certainly am now. I just posted that song and I woke up and I was like, article. I was like, golly.
Right, but are you sorry?
Crazy. I think that, my whole point was that cancel culture is wrong. I am not speaking one way or the other about the issues. My question is, why are we canceled for talking about certain topics?
So you would allow Holocaust deniers to have space on social media to promote Holocaust denial to millions of people? You have 2 million people who subscribe to your YouTube, right? That's a big audience of people.
I'm not at 2 million yet. I'd like to be.
Right, but you have a lot of people that follow you on various social media platforms.
Yeah.
You put a video like that up, and there are going to be some impressionable young minds going, hang on, what's Pearl saying? Adolf Hitler? Not saying he's a good guy, but I want to know why. The more conspiracies theories I hear, the more I have to think about it. But I took that to mean that you agree with Fuentes and people like that.
Why did you cut off the end of the song? I said, but we can't even have the conversation.
What is the conversation you want to have?
Without being canceled by the left and the right.
But the
point is any speech. I think
it's not any speech. It's not any speech. What is the conversation about Hitler and conspiracy theories and the Holocaust that you want to have?
I don't want to have any conversation. My lane is feminism. That's what
you're singing about Adolf Hitler.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but you are singing about Hitler.
Okay.
So you do want to.
Dude, she's getting fucking railed. One thing I do like about Piers Morgan is that when he wants to be serious, he actually is a really good interviewer. She clearly did this for attention, and she's just a fucking disgusting attention whore, and she doesn't care if she's supporting racism or whatever. She says, oh, I want to talk about, the fucking Nazis and Hitler, why can't I do that? And then he's asking, okay, what conversation do you want to have? And then either she doesn't know anything about it, or doesn't care, or she's afraid of the backlash if she fucking starts promoting Holocaust denialism, and then doesn't even fucking answer the question, and she's just trying to evade. It's like, okay, if you only care about feminism and shit, then why the fuck did you make a song about Hitler? She's a piece of crap. Kino bodily fluids donate $2. Who's your favorite Modern Warfare 2 operator? This one's mine. Nicki Minaj?
Nicki Minaj is coming to Call of Duty. This isn't a joke. Call of Duty tweeted this on X. It's part of Call of Duty's 50 years of hip-hop celebration, which Snoop Dogg will also return to the game. Are you going to play this new season?
I don't even know what the fucking operators are, dude. I just play the fucking game. I haven't bought any of the DLCs or anything. Is this a good comeback for women who shame my energy?
Yo, what's up everybody? I'm Sonic Kim, America's face.
Watch that later. Thanks for the donation, man.
Blatantly pro-Putin American goes on Piers too. Fun fact, he's been paid by a pro-Syria lobby group, and also he dated Jonah Hill's surfer girlfriend at one point.
That's pretty funny. Well, look at that later. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Might be an unpopular opinion, but I would clap Eugenia Cooley's cheeks so damn hard. But that pussy is tight as fuck. Can we watch and react?
There's nothing to react to. Yeah, he eats masticum, eats a shitty fucking lunch, rambles about bullshit, eats more goop, and then that's the end of the video. There's nothing to react to. Thanks for the nation, gay. There's a reason why I didn't put that in the queue. It's just a boring... Nothing happened. I don't want to watch Frank just eat potatoes.
I have that conversation.
I want anybody that wants to speak on social media to be able to speak about what they want to talk about.
Including Holocaust
without
denial.
Getting banned. Whatever they want to talk about.
Including Holocaust denial.
If they want to talk about that, as long as they're not inciting violence, I think people...
How is Holocaust denialism not inciting violence? By its very nature, it's conspiratorial, and it's... the whole point of it is to drive hatred towards fucking Jewish people. The idea behind Holocaust denialism isn't that, oh, I just want history to be preserved and represented accurately. No, the idea behind it is conspiratorial anti-Semitic bullshit. Oh, the Jews just lied about this so that they could control the world and steal all your money and decay fucking... Western civilization with Satanism or something. That's what it always is. So how the fuck is that not an incitement of violence?
Inciting violence. They're inciting a hatred of
I think that
Jewish people.
Social media is the new town square, right? You used to be able to go and say your opinions in the town square. Now we have.
How many fucking people would go to the town square and preach about how Jews are trying to take over the world and they lied about the Holocaust, you dumb bitch? Like again, I don't know if she'd be willing to debate me on this, but hate speech should not be covered by free speech. I don't know what this fucking town square thing is. Like she does claim that there should be limitations on free speech when it comes to incitement of violence. Hate speech is an incitement of violence. If you're making speech that is hateful towards a group of people, like, you know, Holocaust denialism or race realism, like some of the shit that Stefan Molyneux has said, how black people are inherently violent, and they're more likely to just like kill and rape people because of their genetics. Like, that is something that is an incitement of violence. If you're going to convince people that a class of people or a race of people are trying to take over the world, destroy society, or they're going to kill and rape you, or do all kinds of bad crap to you or your family or society, that is encouraging violent action against those people. So if you're fucking against incitement of violence, you would also be against hate speech.
Have corporations censoring what can and cannot be said. And I think that's wrong. I think that should be illegal.
Well, let me bring in Brooke, who's been listening.
They're private platforms. I don't know how the fuck... Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. So, if she is against social media platforms being able to censor people, like, that would also mean... if you have some sort of private fucking platform, could be your own website, could be your own Facebook page, or even email. Like, if somebody fucking started saying like crazy retarded shit, you wouldn't even be able to filter out your own email messages. Like, it's just dumb. If it's a private platform, then you're not compelled to support anybody's speech.
Into this, Brooke, I don't think Pearl quite understands why the wording of this song, which she deleted, to be clear, so obviously realised this had not played out maybe the way she hoped, the offence it's caused to the Jewish community. Why was it so offensive?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me on and for highlighting this issue. Not necessarily highlighting Pearl, but highlighting the issue that what you pointed out is that we're really facing a crisis of societal conscience, where someone like Pearl, who engages in hate speech, and actually the irony is she's complaining about being canceled, and yet she's on your platform. She has millions of viewers on the internet and on social media, and she's complaining about being canceled. The crisis is that this is what is profitable now. This clickbait, this type of racial incitement is profitable on the internet.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to Pearl. I don't know if she's just plain stupid or she's actually quite intelligent and knows that what she's doing is so sensational that it's going to make her a lot of money. But I want to say
that's being too generous. You'd have to be stupid to begin with for this to be the way you figure out how to make money. So she's stupid either way. It would just be... She's stupid in either case. It's just one act of stupidity would be an act of ignorance, another would be a lack of... an act of non-ignorance, I guess.
Say one thing. Pearl will disappear. She will disappear, like many others before her, because this is something that's just a moment in time. She's like a train wreck. It's like a car crash. You know, for example, you know you shouldn't be looking at it, but you can't take your eyes off it. But I want to make one more point. I think it's so important, especially on this platform. Hatred is taught. Nobody is born like this. And I talk about it a lot in my book about the...
That's bullshit. There are people who are born hateful. You do not need to teach somebody how to hate. At least not in all circumstances. There's a reason why racism exists. There is a reason why it's prevalent cross-culturally, across the entire globe. Human beings are prone to being racist and prejudiced. It's a product of our evolution. We evolved from apes, and apes are tribal. So, like, you don't need to teach hate. Some people are just like that naturally and more prone to it. I don't like this idea that all of these negative aspects about people are learned behaviors and not, like, innate or genetic.
Dangers of hate education. And it's not something that we can debate, that we can engage in a rational argument with. You can see what her opinions are. She thinks women shouldn't vote, women shouldn't have the right to divorce. She thinks that women shouldn't be able to work. She says these
I didn't say
crazy
that.
things
Now you're
about,
putting words in my
Hitler.
mouth.
But there's
Now you're
no
putting words in my
rational,
mouth.
please don't interrupt. There's no rational argument with someone like this. And this is a mistake that my community makes, the Jewish community, very often, that they think they can bring facts.
She's a literal child. Like, this is fucking embarrassing. If I were her parents, I'd disown her and just totally cut her off.
To the table, that they can debate somebody like Pearl, and it's, you're going to
why
get
are
somewhere.
you
You're not
here?
going to get anywhere. You're going to get somewhere only by shedding the light on this type of bigotry to expose
All right,
someone like her.
let me just
the crazy person
okay.
that she is.
All right, bro. Let me go back to Pearl. Pearl, let me just offer you some advice, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think you're stupid.
Mhm.
And in the 2 appearances you've made previously on this program, I thought it was interesting. It was controversial in some ways, but actually a lot of people would have agreed with some of the things you were saying. There's no question about that. But you seem to know where the line was. Someone like Nick Fuentes doesn't know where the line is. Someone like Kanye West, who I interviewed after he went on some weird anti-Semitic trope nonsense. Kanye's been wiped out by what he did, by what he said about the Jewish people, because there are certain things where I am absolutely in support of the concept of free speech, right? But you can't go around telling Jewish people the Holocaust didn't happen as Fuentes
that's
and people
not-
like Fuentes does say things like that.
But I'm not him. So
But you
you're
don't seem
bringing
to-
me
you
up.
don't-
So
what-
it's like
no, but when you
Oh, right, you're not Fuentes, but you hang out with him, you invite him on podcast episodes, you literally promote the ideas that he promotes. You made a fucking song about how you think the Holocaust didn't fucking happen, and Nick Fuentes made statements supporting your fucking hate speech. Oh, I'm not Nick Fuentes. Right, sure.
You sing a song.
Right.
And you talk about
who
Hitler.
determines what the line is, Pierce?
Well, I'm asking
who determines? Do you get
I'm
to
asking
determine
you,
it?
No, I'm
Does
asking,
she get to determine
I'm asking
it?
you
Who
to,
gets to determine
I'm
what the
asking
line
you
is?
to work out in your head.
I'm saying the
you're not a
line-
stupid person.
the line-
When you say, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. Right? When you talk about the more conspiracy theories about him I hear, the more I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'm just like agog that even now you don't seem to really grasp why singing that and releasing it to millions of people is incredibly offensive to Jewish people.
Like, it's not just that it's offensive, it's hate speech.
I'd how to word this. Is there research to show that chicken, cow, pigs eat chemically altered food that makes their meat unhealthy to eat? Or the antibiotics/hormones they are injected with? Or dirty water runoff into their field makes the grass/soil bad?
So there's a fair bit of research on how animal manures do contribute to environmental pollution. Again, so the manure they produce, it can produce runoff that can cause what is it? It's like can oversaturate water with nitrogen, I think. It is also like a biological risk like, fecal bacteria can be dangerous. Also produces methane and some other greenhouse gases. And there are other ways that it can affect air quality. Look at how, like, manure from pig farms is exposed, or what is it? Like dumped, basically. What they do in some areas, it's especially common in the United States. They literally spray it into the air. They turn it into like a mist. And it actually causes cancer and breathing issues for people who live nearby. And they usually do it in majority black communities. As far as like the food they eat makes them unhealthy to eat, there's nothing like that. I think some hormones have been banned for various reasons, and some antibiotics are either banned or controlled. But there is a risk of antibiotic-resistant bacteria springing up from antibiotic use in animal agriculture. So that is a risk. Thanks for the nation, Saxby. Hope that answers your questions.
Rank the muscle mummies.
All right, let me take a look. Well, that's not a muscle mommy. What the fuck is this stupid video? That is not a muscle mommy. She's cute. I'm not into the corset fucking waist training thing. I think that just looks gross. Yeah, the fake boobs are not my thing either. Are those even, like, her boobs, or are those, like, add-on boobs? Yeah, those are her boobs. I'm not into the fake titties. Yeah, like, not exactly my type. She's on steroids, and you can kind of tell. And she's had cosmetic surgery done on her face, so her face kind of looks frozen. Don't really find any of them attractive. Thanks for the nation, Oat Goat.
Humans also have an innate instinct to eat animal products. It's ingrained in our physiology. Therefore you can't get mad at humans for eating animals.
I don't know why it logically leads that because we have an instinct, therefore it's okay. Thanks for the nation, Beaner. Like, don't you tell Iris you're gonna love this? Let me see. Probably not. Did the dog just, like, start doing that because he saw the guy doing it? By the way, this is a really, really sus-looking collar and leash. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That looks more like the dog's trained to do some of the shit, and it looks like it's trained with pain compliance. So it looks like a choker. And that's a really unusual kind of leash. Thanks for the nation, though, Mike. Pain don't need to tell her this girl doesn't think rules apply to her. Can we watch and react? Maybe later. Thanks for the donation, man. Where's the just pearly things? There we go.
I think at the end of the day, Pierce, I don't think it's for you to determine what speech should be allowed and not allowed.
What about you determining? Why did you...
Yeah, so if she's going to draw the line at incitement of violence, then I don't know how those, like, why would, again, she's making a claim that you can't claim where speech shouldn't, or free speech should and shouldn't end. Well, she draws the line at incitement of violence. I would argue hate speech is an incitement of violence, and that's why I'm against hate speech. But if she draw the line at incitement of violence, then how the hell can she tell anybody else where they can and can't draw the line when it comes to free speech? She draws the line at incitement of violence. Some other people might draw the line somewhere else. Like these are just normative differences. But like this is a clear double standard. If she's gonna say you can't draw the line when it comes to free speech, then she also wouldn't be able to draw the line when it comes to incitement of violence. That would have to be allowed. So she does draw the line, and if somebody chooses to draw the line before incitement of violence, maybe it could be some other type of offensive speech, that's where they draw the line. It's like there's no way of saying I'm right, you're wrong. Like it's a normative claim. It's entirely based on your own personal preferences, and she just has a personal preference to draw the line at incitement of violence. But I would say hate speech is an incitement of violence.
Silly earthling. You have to suffer like guts in your life. I intended this way for you. Suffer and fight the curse of animal consumption. Ha 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 ha. There are still many enemies waiting for you in your lifetime. Go order a healing spell on Fiverr.
Alright, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Baylet.
Did you delete it?
Why did I delete it?
Yeah.
Because it was just a headache, Pierce.
Because you knew it was wrong?
I just think it's like...
Oh yeah, I don't think speech should be censored and then censors her own speech and then complains about getting canceled. Like, she's so full of shit, it's unreal. Like, if she's pro free speech and then she took down a post because people were criticizing her, like, that's their fucking right, though. So she's complaining about other people's free speech while claiming that her speech shouldn't be criticized. Like,
it's not the hill I'm trying to die on.
Right, but why did you choose that hill to die on?
I didn't choose this hill to die on.
You did. You released the video.
I also released 10 different videos about
but they're
10
not
different
all
other
basically.
topics
But they're not
day.
talking about Adolf Hitler, are they?
Are we not allowed to talk about him?
You can talk about Hitler right to the point you say the more conspiracy theories I hear about him.
Look, I think that anyone should be allowed to speak about any conspiracy theory on social media. That is my point. It's not about Hitler. It's not
If
about
you really
the
believed what you
Holocaust.
did wasn't wrong, you wouldn't have deleted it.
Oh.
So she's totally full of shit, clearly. Look, if she believed that, why isn't she talking about these supposed conspiracy theories that she wishes she could talk about? Like, Pierce asked her multiple times and she refuses to say anything. Like, she's full of shit.
Wow. Okay.
Don't you think?
I agree with Pearl.
Go on, bro.
If I may just say one thing, as an attorney, I have to say that I do agree with her, that I am a free speech purist. And I think that even bigotry should be able to be spoken in the public.
Yeah, that's stupid. The whole reason Hitler was able to get into power is because after he committed the military coup, rather than hanging him, which they did for most people who'd commit those crimes back in the day, because he was conservative, they were lenient on him, gave him a really lax prison sentence, and they only prevented him from making... The Nazis had their own newspaper. They only prevented him from writing publicly and speaking publicly, I think for like only 1 or 2 years. And then after that was up, the Nazi Party's popularity skyrocketed after Hitler was able to write in the Nazi paper and make public speeches and speak publicly. So if he was banned from doing a lot of this shit, he would never have gained fucking popularity. Like, the idea that these sorts of hateful ideas should be allowed to be expressed is fucking retarded. It should absolutely be banned. You cannot trust a public to have the fucking knowledge and wisdom and just moral compass to see hateful speech like this and dismiss it as hateful speech. Like, I'm sure a lot of people can, but a lot of people fucking can't, and these ideas can very easily propagate and fester, and then you end up with a fucking society like Nazi Germany. So that's an insanely stupid idea. Hate speech absolutely should be outlawed.
You wanna make me vegan, but I love some animals' foods including semen/cum, and humans are animals by consuming their semen. I'm eating animal food. You try to prison me, but I will not fall. I have a right to eat cum. You can't take that right from me, vegan.
Well, as long as you're getting the cum from ethical sources, I don't have a problem with it. Thanks for the nation, bro.
Sphere. But the problem of cancel culture is not against anti-Jewish speech. I think that's very clear. We see the scourge of anti-Semitism and Jew hatred rising on the internet. The problem is that there's no consequences for it, and the way that private companies
How are there no consequences for it?
Canceling is they're going after pro-Jewish speech. They're going after pro-Israel speech. I can't tell you how many times I'm contacted by people, and often my own clients, who are shut down on social media for saying anything positive about Jewish people, about Judaism, or about Israel. Yet these social media companies...
Israel's a fucking apartheid state. Some of these fucking, people just are fucking wackos. I don't understand. She's against hate speech, but then doesn't want to outlaw it, complains about people criticizing the state of Israel for the apartheid, but then claims to be against racism when Israel is a racist apartheid state. Like, what?
Companies are unequally applying their own standards. And, you know, while they're, for example, shutting down COVID deniers, they are allowing Holocaust denial speech. They are allowing people like Pearl to spew her hatred. So if we are really free speech purists, and that's what we are saying that companies should do, they should allow all speech.
Yeah, I hear you. Listen, I would just say this to you, Pearl.
Unless it's incitement to immediate violence.
Right, I would say this to you, Pearl.
So we agree.
No,
Wow.
Pearl, I would say this to you in conclusion.
Okay, that's a really weird statement. Incitement of immediate violence. So she's okay with somebody saying, oh, the Jews lied about the Holocaust so that they could gain control of the world. They're really a Satan-worshipping cult that wants to kill all Christians and destroy Western civilization. And we need to do something about them and prevent them from, taking control of all the banks, the financial system, this and that. She's fine with that. But if you say, oh, we need to kill off Jews because they're trying to take over the world, that should be banned. Like, there's no difference. Like, things can be implied, and I would say it's actually, violence is much more strongly implied when, if it were true, what you were saying, any reasonable, rational fucking person would come to the conclusion that violent action needs to be taken. Like, I think it supports violence much more strongly to say, oh, Jews are trying to take over the world, there's this big conspiracy, this and that, they're trying to destroy civilization. I think that's a much stronger promotion of violence than saying Jews are controlling the financial system, so we need to kill them all off.
The same team now.
In conclusion, look, you deleted this, so you clearly felt bad about what you'd put up, or you wouldn't have deleted it. You accept that?
No.
You don't accept it?
I just, it's kind of a headache. I was like, well, it just...
Dude, I really wish I was like the CEO of YouTube. She would be fucking off. Like, she'd be gone. Her Fresh and Fit, fucking Tate, at least YouTube banned Tate. But, like, pieces, like, why is a piece of crap like this allowed on the platform? She's openly promoting Holocaust denialism and Nazis like Nick Fuentes. Why the fuck is she allowed on YouTube? Like, it's just crazy the fucking leniency this platform has when it comes to hate speech.
Seems like a lot of headache to me.
Right, or did you realize actually in that moment, from the visceral reaction from the Jewish community, you crossed a line that you yourself should have worked out was there?
Look, at the end of the day, Pierce, the song was about freedom of speech. It wasn't one way or the other. The song
That's total bullshit. The song wasn't about free speech. The song was about being allowed to promote hateful, stupid fucking ideas. And you use free speech, you invoke that term so that you hope that people will grant you that privilege. But as soon as these people have an opportunity to stifle other people's speech, they'll take that opportunity. They do not give a fuck about free speech. They just invoke the term so that in the hopes that people will grant them the privilege to say whatever stupid fucking dumb shit they want to say.
was about why can't we have these conversations on social media, and why do I keep getting...
About why Hitler may be a good guy.
And why do I keep seeing people get banned on social media? My point is, I don't think there should be a line unless you're inciting violence.
Here's a line.
Pierce, would we agree on that?
Listen,
yes or no? Yes or no?
Hate speech incites violence. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
You agree?
Here's my point.
No, yes,
You haven't
no.
answered my question.
Okay.
I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. I want to know why what?
We can't have the conversation without being canceled by the left and the right. I just don't understand why you guys added...
You can't have the conversation because if we let you have the conversation, you would be spreading hate speech. If they believe this crap, why are these the same fucking people who are saying, oh, these fucking gays and trans people need to be put in jail because they're grooming children? Like, these are the same people who want to ban LGBTQ clothing, flags, like any sort of LGBTQ teaching in school. They want to get it banned off social media. They don't want anybody to get into contact with any pro-LGBTQ content, media, what have you, because they say it's grooming. So it's funny how they say, oh, any speech, even if it's hate speech, should be allowed. And then, oh, these are the same people who want to try to ban fucking kids from wearing a fucking pride flag. Like, they don't care about free speech.
Cut out the end of the song. You did 75. Okay.
The conversation about whether Hitler was a good guy. You want to have that conversation?
I think that
he murdered 12 million people,
my whole
including
point,
6 million Jewish people in the Holocaust.
My whole point is we should be able to have that conversation.
But whether he's a good guy?
Yes, because it causes more commotion when you're starting to censor people.
I don't agree.
Like, I think that's wrong.
No, that's just total bullshit. The whole reason right now why you see so much Holocaust denialism, increases in racism, homophobia, transphobia online right now is because these social media platforms aren't doing enough to silence them. And that's in large part due to Twitter. Like, Musk, everybody knows now Musk is a fucking far right-wing Nazi, and he's allowing all this shit on his platform. You also have major platforms like, what's the new one that just popped up that has, like, no fucking censorship practically? Crowder just joined. Like, they're literal Nazi social media platforms now. And that's why you're seeing so much of it. So the idea that censoring it only makes it stronger, that's total fucking bullshit. Like, and I mean, this is proven in history. You can look at the fucking popularity of the Nazi Party. When the government stopped Hitler from writing and making public speeches, the party flatlined. They had no increase in popularity. As soon as he was able to publicly speak again, their popularity skyrocketed. So censoring speech fucking works.
More muscle mothers, sire.
Looks like the same girl. Yeah. I don't know who she is. She is ridiculously jacked. She's clearly on fucking gear. Oh, is that Chul? No, that's not the same guy. I want to see some more ass pics. Yeah, she has like a fucking crazy muscular butt. Like her butt is all muscle. Yeah, I think she's cute. She's sexy. Yeah, that is ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen a girl's ass that's like just all muscle like that. It's pretty nutty. Not a fan of the fake boobs though. I'd much prefer a nice flat chest over the fake boob thing. Yeah, she's not a muscle mommy. She's just some cosplayer chick. Thanks for the donation though, Oakgoat. Alright, I did 100 sit-ups. Or sorry, 300. I'm gonna put this away now. Yes, you are right. Hitler is dead, thankfully.
I am so tired of people making excuses for this terrible excuse for a person. Holy shit. Anytime anyone says anything negative about this guy, which is totally warranted, you hear people go, but he's to his core. There's nothing you can say about it. He's bull. He is indefensible. He is a horrible human down to his core. There's nothing you can say about it. He's a terrible person. Now, being
he is not.
Terrible person doesn't automatically make you a terrible character or a terrible protagonist. No, of course not. But in this story, it does. And I'm going to explain. First off, let me explain why this guy is a terrible person indefensibly, and you cannot defend it. It can't be defended. He's a terrible person in every way, shape, or form. He's horrible. You can't defend it. So let's start off with the first terrible thing he did in the story. Leaving the Hawks.
Did this guy even read the story? Like, the first thing that he really did that you could say is morally questionable was the assassination request that Griffith made to, kill, the leader of the King's army. Was it Adonis? He ended up killing the guy's child by accident. So it's weird that he'd mention that, and if we're not speaking chronologically, the very first opening page of Berserk was in the Black Swordsman arc when he was having sex with that demon to lure it so that he could kill it. So technically he was cheating on Casca. So, like, weird that he mentions this?
Even the Hawks.
And how is this terrible? He has rights as a fucking human being. If he doesn't want to be part of the band of the Hawk, then he can leave.
Was terrible, not indefensible, but terrible. They were in a position that he felt like they were safe and didn't need him anymore. That's fair, but this is the world of Berserk. There are demons.
This guy's stupid. I'm not even watching this. Like, it genuinely sounds like he didn't even read the fucking story. This is just so fucking dumb. Fuck that guy. That was a waste of time. I'm genuinely irritated.
You know, I was gonna include Hamza and his Adonis Academy in the Studio Statisticians video, together with Destiny. But the more you look at this guy, the more you realize how he really deserves his own episode. It is sad, because people like him are exactly where kids the society failed fall into. When the real life advice they get from their families and school don't work, they go to Hamza. Now Hamza started this Adonis Academy, so-called academy, that he charges teens $500 for. It is so obvious that he tries to copy Andrew Tate. Oh, Hustlers University, wow, that was a hit. I will name mine Adonis University, then changes university to academy. Guys, everybody opens their own university these days. Is it time for me to open Hamoudi University? Only for a small entrance fee of $799, of course. I will teach you how to attract him yet. Ambitious. You aren't that guy. He'll make millions whilst wearing a bathrobe. You never have to commit for work again, unlike all the ambition.
Oh,
but joking,
this is his actual... Buddy. It's so fucking... Hamza is so retarded. This is something that you saw in the early days of the internet, like late 90s, more early 2000s type of thing. Like, that's around the time when people were getting their first computer. Like, there was a lot of new internet users, especially. And these sorts of things that you'd see online, oh, it's normally like $100,000 value, but I can only get it for, but I can get it for $1,000. Like, you're talking about a time when this shit existed where, people were just less savvy to these sorts of scams. And then Hamza read a book by this fucking idiot who I think was one of the first people to like come up with these marketing ideas. And then he still does this to this day. Like, Hamza's a fucking moron.
The gist of his Adonis Academy is basically teaching overly ambitious kids how to become a YouTuber and lift weights. He sells you a delusional dream of making $10,000 a month off your YouTube channel and gives you lifting advice. $500 entrance fee upfront, then $100 a month for each month that you fail to realize what's up, depending on how long it is gonna take you to come to terms with the reality that you aren't that guy. You aren't the sharpest tool in the shed. Peep this. So what do you get when you become a student at Adonis School? The business model you will learn. The best business you could start as a beginner, becoming a synthesizer. That is where you literally get paid for learning stuff that you are passionate about and then teaching it to others. The process is simple. 1. Learn about things you are interested in. 2. Improve your life using what you have just learned. 3. Tell the story of what you did online on social media. 4. Get your small audience to pay to access more of your...
Oh my god. He's promising people they'll make $10,000 a month. Making a YouTube channel with this incredibly basic and vague outline. Holy crap.
Your teachings. You work your own hours with no real boss. You literally make millions whilst wearing a bathrobe. You never have to commit for work again, unlike all the poor Jeffreys who just don't get it. Everyone else thinks this is impossible, but you know, this lifestyle is within your grasp. You just need more...
It's really weird, like, there's no consistency with what Hamza says, so he always promotes this, like, hustle mindset, like, oh, you should be working, like, 12 hours a day, like, 7 days a week, this kind of crap. And then, like, when he's marketing his stupid online Hustlers University fucking Andrew Tate ripoff thing, he's like, oh yeah, basically don't do anything, sit on a chair, blab into a camera, and then you'll be making six-figure income. Like, the whole hustling thing, like, oh, work so much, this and that, like, really grind... It's like a weird coping mechanism for his inability or unwillingness to work hard. It's like he's ashamed of doing something that is extremely easy and getting paid a disproportionate amount of money for doing it. And I don't know why that's something you'd be ashamed of. Like, if you can work less and not nearly as hard and make more money, isn't that something to be proud of? Like, you figured out how to do something more efficiently? It's basically like being ashamed that you ran faster while, like, you know, expending less energy. It's like, no, I want to run slower and also, like, waste energy so that, like, it's harder for me to win. Like, that's the fucking idea. It's so dumb.
Sport. Oh man, Adonis School will change everything. Basically telling you to open a gym lifting YouTube channel.
Donate $2. When is your debate with a kid? Did you email him back? Can you email him back now? Can you email him back now? Can you email him back now? I'll email him later. I forgot to do it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like he did. And charge viewers. That is gonna be 500. Thank you. I mean, it is always funny how they use the same crappy marketing techniques they have learned on the internet.
Don't spill your gains fapping guide? What the fuck? What? I don't even understand what that means. Convince your parents protein is healthy. Is this real? What? Crazy easy cooking guide for newbie chefs. Why is this $500 value and then the diet plan is $30 value? The eating solution module, like, how are these any different? Shirtless picture guide, like, what? No bullshit dating app guide. He doesn't know anything about fucking dating, like, not the first fucking clue. Mog the civilian shortcut, like, this is just retarded. Donate $2. Email kid back now because you're gonna keep forgetting, so email him back on stream. We want debate. I'll email him back later, okay? Thanks for the nation, Dodo.
First, they give out a fake, a made-up number, made-up calculation of value, and it is gonna be some very specific number to make it look legitimate. They go, oh, total value, $21,876.46. But I priced it $1,000 purely out of goodness of my heart. Oh wow, you are so generous, Hamza. You are so generous, man. We should be grateful.
You can post like a 5-minute version of one of my long videos as just a normal YouTube video, and eventually that will make you AdSense as well.
He used to charge seriously.
In my opinion, is actually like
good, not mine.
The best way to then post onto social media, in my opinion, is actually like the Tate TikTok method. And you don't even have to post like TikTok or Shorts, by the way. You can repost like the entire video. You can post like a 5-minute version.
You cannot repost the exact same video. Even reposting clips can be a little bit risky. So, YouTube has a policy against spam.
Hey Bitchard. I want to try nicotine chewing gum to curb appetite and cravings. However, in case I get addicted, are there any severe health risks of chronic use? If it's just like a temporary 5-point increase in blood pressure and heart rate, that's fine.
So, I don't think nicotine gum is vegan. I think it contains gelatin, but you can take nicotine lozenges, which is what I take. And no, you're not really going to get a substantive increase in blood pressure and heart rate from taking nicotine, and it's transient. So unless you're taking it constantly all day long, like again, a transient increase isn't really going to do much. Nicotine stomatitis. What is that? Nicotine stomatitis, often called smoker's palate, is a reaction seen on the roof of the mouth caused by extreme heat in the mouth. Well, that's not from nicotine, that's from smoking. Like, he's talking about taking either nicotine lozenge or gum or whatever. But, yeah, the only side effect that you might get from like nicotine use, oral nicotine, is like burning sensation in your mouth. It does kind of burn and irritate, so it can irritate your mouth, can irritate your throat. Just stop taking if you have a significant amount of irritation, and you can also feel nausea. That's related to it slowing down gastric emptying. So you might want to take it on an empty stomach. But, yeah, aside from that, there's not really any, you know, really bad side effects that are going to affect your health. In fact, nicotine use seems to be beneficial for, preventing Parkinson's. So especially if you're at risk for Parkinson's, you may actually want to consider taking a nicotine lozenge or something periodically.
When I'm bulked up 195 or so, literally random guys will pick fights with me for no reason whatsoever. But when I'm lean and like 165 to 170, it almost never happens. Have you noticed something similar? Just a coincidence?
I've noticed the exact opposite. The bigger I've gotten, the less people are willing to even, like, talk to me. So, usually people just flat out avoid even, like, talking to me, now that I've gotten as big as I am. And they seem less likely to ever pick a fight, just because, like, the risk is higher if you're bigger and stronger. So, no. I've not had that experience. Thanks for the donation, though, Small B. Smokeless tobacco, keratosis from chewing tobacco. Well, we're not talking about chewing tobacco. We're talking about nicotine lozenges.
Version of one of my long videos. It's just a normal YouTube video.
Oh, yeah. So you can't repost videos. So if you say, like, make a 10-minute video, you can't repost that same video. That goes against YouTube guidelines, and that could result in just a flat-out ban. They probably won't even give you like a 3-strike kind of thing with something like that. If you're caught posting spam, they'll likely just ban your account. It's similar to if they find out you're using bots to pump up your AdSense, they'll probably just ban you. Even posting like clips, if like there are people who have 2 or 3 or 4 different clip channels, so they'll make long form like podcasts or videos, but then they'll have 3 or 4 clip channels and they'll repost those clips to those 3 or 4 channels. That's also spam. So you can get away with shorts. You can get away with like shorter clips. So if you have like a 3-hour-long podcast and then you post 10-minute clips, you can do that. I haven't seen any problems with that, but Hamza's literally talking about flat out reposting videos to multiple channels to increase revenue. You can't do that. That's spam. And there's better AI that they're using right now to actually detect spam. So you're not really going to get away with that for very long.
Video, and eventually that will make you AdSense as well.
He used to charge $1,000 per month, by the way. Yes, 1,000 per month for the so-called academy. He didn't see the numbers he wanted, of course. Instead, changed it to 500, then 100 per month. Oh,
Oh my god, really? It's 100 now?
Promise you won't see a cheaper price. He wanted to test.
This academy is worth thousands. It's not even worth $2.
The waters. More like he wanted to test how far he could go. Test the stupidity and desperation.
Yeah. I don't know how anybody respects him. He tried doing it for 1,000. Nobody joined. I've been increasing the price of the monthly subscription every time another 50 members join. Well, that's a lie because he's been reducing it.
You really think a dude like Hamza would cut the price so drastically if it was
like by the way, it doesn't even make any sense to even try this. His audience is literally all children. They're 14-year-old boys. And he learned that recently when he was doing the like actual live calls over like Zoom with these people. They're all teenagers. How the fuck are they going to afford $1,000 a month? Like, most people can't afford $1,000 a month for anything. So, like, how's a fucking 14-year-old kid gonna afford that? Like, it's so stupid.
Selling like he claims. Would never do it in a million years. Then the question that begs to be asked is this. Was he lying then, or is he lying now? You be the judge. I am just asking questions. Because if there is demand, you just don't cut the price so drastically. This is business 101. Guys, you gotta understand. All marketing scheme. I feel bad for those
Maybe it's just a coincidence. Also maybe you are so fucking big nobody wants to mess with you since they would get destroyed. You're like 250. Beating up a 195 is impressive and possible. And you aren't proving anything against a 165-pound guy. I'd though.
Well, no, I'm about 275 right now. I'm pretty goddamn gigantic. So, like, even back when I was, like, around 190-ish, people wouldn't really screw with me, and I think it's because of my height. Like, I was still 6'3", but, yeah, especially when I got to this size, like 270, like, people clearly avoid even just talking to me now, whereas, like, before, I'd have random people always come up and talk to me for some fucking reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Small B.
Teenagers, really. Negligent parents who give their credit card to their 13 years old, 14 years old children. Go play and leave me alone. And the result is this. Goes back to the family pill I was talking about. But back to the topic, I don't want to ramble too much about this. He's telling teenagers to become YouTubers, fitness YouTubers, or whatever they are interested in, and giving them lifting advice. Now, I don't even consider myself a YouTuber. This is not my main job, but I know how things work. Guys, I promise you this. Not only you can find those tips and advice on the internet for free, both for YouTube and lifting, but even if you follow every single advice religiously, chances are you will never even make $100 a month, let alone 10,000. It is an extreme saturation.
Yeah, even when I started YouTube, like, fuck, I don't even know when the fuck I first made my channel. Let me see. 2014. So I started in December 2014, so say 2015. So that would be fucking 8 years ago now? Like, even 8 years ago when I got into this, like, it was already super, super fucking difficult to make a channel and get noticed. Like, I'm extremely lucky, and I think the reason why my channel grew to the size it did is because, like, again, I'm not a normal fucking person. I kind of... I don't know. I'm just somebody who demands attention. The idea that your average fucking person with, like, average temperament, average set of interests, average charisma, like, is going to end up, you know, making $10,000 a month like it's some easy thing to make money on YouTube. It's extremely difficult, extremely fucking competitive, and in all likelihood, you're just not gonna have the fucking time and energy and just plain fucking talent and dumb luck to ever make enough like views to actually earn an income. It's kind of pie in the sky to even expect to earn like a couple $100, like just, you know, covering your food expenses or something, let alone 10 grand a month. That's super fucking difficult. Like, even at the, like, my absolute peak of popularity, when we're just talking about just AdSense dollars, I wasn't doing any streaming back in the day, I would usually average around 8,000 a month. That was my average. Like, 10,000 would kind of be at the top 95 percentile for earnings in a month. And like around 6 to 7,000 would be the bottom, like 5 or 10 percentile. Like, I'd maybe make 6 to 7,000 in months like January, or if I just had a slow month where I just wasn't uploading much. And then 8,000 would be like roughly the average. And that's making like 3 or 4 million views a month. Like, it is so fucking difficult to make that kind of money for long periods of time on YouTube. Like, holy shit, the amount of work I put in making videos so I could make that kind of income purely off of AdSense is insane. And the idea that you could just do this by blabbing on a camera like Hamza, it's literally like winning the lottery. It is so fucking stupid that he's telling kids that they can just do this. Dodo donated $2. Can you fact check these? Let me see. And it's gotten so much harder to make money through AdSense on YouTube. Like, you really can't. These days you have to rely on sponsorships, and ideally you have some sort of product of your own that you're selling. And you're just using AdSense and everything to kind of as a supplementary income, but you have to rely on things like Patreon, sponsorships, paid promotions, and maybe like some shit that you're selling, like either merch or some kind of product. Like, I don't know, if you have a mountain bike channel, you sell your own helmets or something like that. Absolutely nothing this clown said is remotely correct. The dates, names, places, context, everything was wrong. To anyone who understands the topic, sounds like a complete ignoramus. Oh, this is on Ukraine? Yeah, this is going to be stupid.
You use the design of agreements. So Ukraine, to appease Putin, who I think is evil,
Putin.
they've already given up Crimea. It was annexed. So what? Now they have to give up the Donbass area. Ukraine, because of our pushing the Ukraine into the war on two.
Never pushed Ukraine into the war. Ukraine wanted to join NATO because they knew Russia was going to invade. This is like, they knew this was coming for at least a decade.
We pushed them into it, or did Putin? Well, let me tell you. Let me answer your question. Yeah. In 2019, France, Germany, and Russia all agreed to the Minsk Accords.
No, they didn't.
That year, Zelensky ran for president. He was a comedian. He had no political experience. Why did he win?
That's also false.
Because he ran on one issue, signing the Minsk Accord.
Oh my god. This guy...
Ready to twerk?
Yeah, we're gonna twerk soon, James. Just give me 15, 20 minutes. I'm just gonna skim through some videos. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
As soon as he got in there, Victoria Nuland in the White House told him he couldn't do it. Then Putin sends 40,000.
Wait, let me see.
Told him he couldn't do it. The issue, signing the Minsk Accords. As soon as he got in there, Victoria Nuland in the White House told him he couldn't do it.
That is also false.
Then Putin sends...
So we know RFK's financial backers are they're Russian agents. So Russia is directly paying Robert F. Kennedy to run for president to basically increase the likelihood of either RFK getting elected or getting Trump elected, or DeSantis, who aren't pro-Ukraine. So this is probably all coming from his political donors. This is where he's getting the information, who are Russian agents. Because this is just nuts.
That's not enough to conquer the country.
There's no way he could be getting these ideas through like normal, information channels.
Clearly, he wanted us to come to the negotiation. He wanted somebody to come to the negotiating table. Zelensky can't.
Yeah. So, dude, like, are you kidding me? The only thing Putin's willing to negotiate on is, the requirement for negotiating is a complete and utter demilitarization of Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? There's no negotiation.
Came to the negotiating table, signed a new agreement that was the Minsk Accords 2 in 2022, and that would have allowed Donbass to stay, and Lugansk to remain as part of Ukraine.
No, this is just bullshit.
We said Putin signed it, Zelensky initialed it, and Putin, in good faith, began withdrawing troops from the Ukraine.
No, he didn't.
What happened? We sent Boris Johnson over there to torpedo it because we don't want peace we want the war with Russia.
What? It's insane.
Said he could resolve
Russia's not going to lose this war. It'd be like us losing a war to Mexico. What? You can look at like just basic stats. The only thing Russia has over Ukraine is, right at the moment, they do have air superiority, and they also just have higher troop numbers. But when you Ukraine is going to get F-16s. The Ukrainian Air Force is going to outnumber the Russian Air Force. Ukraine has more artillery, more anti-air defenses. They have a better equipped military overall. Like, we've seen Russian troops, they're not even given proper shoes. They're literally given tennis shoes, and then they're told to like steal shoes once they get out into the field. they're not given anywhere near enough ammo. So, okay, they're outnumbered 4-1, but okay, like literally 10 people have to share an AK-47, so saying they're outnumbered 4-1 is kind of a reach. Like, but if you look at armor, Ukraine has like what, twice the amount of fucking tanks right now?
The issue, do you think you can create a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I think we have to. There's no choice. Russia's not going to lose this.
There's no way to make a peace agreement. It's not a peace agreement. It's a it's just rolling over. It's just a why am I brain farting here? It's just surrender. It's just surrender terms.
War. Russia can't afford this. Would be like us losing a war to Mexico. They are not going to lose the war.
It's funny he says that. Isn't like Russia's GDP not even that much more than Mexico's?
Go look at what Russia did in Stalingrad in order to preserve its territorial integrity. Russia's been invaded 3 times through the Ukraine. Russia's been invaded 3 times through the Ukraine.
Ukraine isn't invading Russia. Russia's invading Ukraine. So what the fuck does this have to do with anything? He's saying because it's hard to invade Russia, Ukraine can't repel an invasion? What the fuck?
The last time Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians. They're 400 miles from Moscow. We already have Aegis missile systems within 12 minutes of Moscow. We wouldn't tolerate that if the Russians did it in 1960.
Buddy, what world are you living in? Russia invaded Ukraine, dude. What? I don't understand. Russia invaded Ukraine. They've been bombing their fucking capital city. And then he's saying, we have Ukraine has missiles that are within striking range of Moscow. We wouldn't tolerate that if a country did that to us. We're not invading another country. Like, what?
When they put them in Cuba, my uncle was going to invade if they.
I want to talk a little.
How does this relate to the Cuban Missile Crisis? Like, what? Oh my god. RFK is an idiot.
This is and I was describing a 2021 study that was funded by NIH, that was performed by a half a dozen at least scientists, the 3 lead scientists from Cleveland Clinic. And that study showed that the docking site for on the furin cleave of the COVID virus was particularly compatible with certain races. And it doesn't mean that those races disproportionately.
Oh my god, here we fucking go. Yeah, he has this crazy idea that COVID was engineered to target certain races of people. That's literally impossible. It can't be done. And what also doesn't make any fucking sense is he's claimed COVID was designed to target black people and Russians specifically. I don't know why those 2 groups in particular would be targeted. Who the fuck knows? But it contradicts his other claims that Africa has had very low COVID death rates. So both can't be true. Like, either COVID is extremely deadly to black people or it's not, but he says it is. Like, somehow COVID is deadly to black people, but it's also not, because like very few African people, according to him, have died. So he's clearly just full of shit. Secondly, he's claiming it was designed to not kill Ukrainians, but kill Russians. They're racially identical, that like they have the same sort of like Slavic heritage, basically. So I don't know how the fuck you could claim you could engineer a virus to take out Russians but not Ukrainians. It's basically like saying, oh, this virus will only kill Mandarin speaking Chinese, but it won't harm Cantonese speaking Chinese. Like they're both Chinese. Like it's like, or I should say, oh, it'll only kill people from Hong Kong, but the rest of China, because they're racially different, like they're the same fucking race. See, Kid Boo donated $2. He's got a point. I'll react to that in a second. Thanks, Kid Boo.
Fortunately died, but chiefly with people of African descent, right? Next of Caucasians, least of all people from Finland,
like I just don't get it. Why did somebody design a virus to not kill people from Finland, but other white people? How the fuck are Finnish people a different race from other white people? Like, oh my god.
people and certain Germanic races. And ethnic Chinese were also
this is so stupid.
Least or less susceptible, and Ashkenazi Jews.
China's had the worst COVID deaths out of any fucking population of people. Like they're not even tracking numbers, but the estimates are in the millions. They have the highest infection fatality ratios of any population on the planet, and that's partly due to a number of confounding variables. For one thing, a lot of them smoke. So because there's a lot of smokers in China, they're particularly susceptible to a virus that attacks the lungs. A lot of them are also overweight. A lot of them are just generally unhealthy because of economic reasons. There's also a lot of smog and pollution in China, which also affects, like, again, your lungs and immune system. And the healthcare system there, again, not so great. It's also very easy for the virus to transmit in China because it's very densely populated. People are very unhygienic in China. They don't really think about washing their hands and stuff like that. So the virus spreads extremely quickly in a population of people that aren't particularly healthy, where there's a lot of environmental hazards, including smoking and pollution. And the healthcare system just isn't really set up in a way to handle just a huge influx of these cases. And that's why you see massively high IFRs in China. Like, where does he get the idea that the COVID virus is engineered so that Chinese people aren't particularly susceptible? When, again, China's had the highest infection fatality ratios of any country.
All right. There's no suggestion ever that somebody designed it to be that way, that it was designed to preserve certain races. I was not suggesting.
He's totally lying. He said exactly that. Let me see if I can find the clip. Kennedy claims COVID was racially engineered. Let me see if that's the fucking clip. It was a fucking clip. I saw it circulating on Twitter. Here we go. I think this is it.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, And you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacked certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not. But there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that.
Yeah, so he was claiming that it's likely that COVID was genetically engineered to kill whites and blacks in particular, and Jews may have been, I don't know, for some reason, a part of this like engineering of the virus. And then he's just fucking making the shit up saying, oh, I never said anything like that. He's the biggest fucking liar, dude. He has like insane crackpot fucking ideas that when he gets called out for it publicly, he'll realize, oh, that's not a popular idea. I'll just walk back my statements. He's worse than Jordan Peterson when it comes to that.
So, comedian Just Hilarious, and I put that in quotations because I don't think she's funny, but comedian Just Hilarious has set the internet on fire by her take on trans women. Take a listen.
Who the fuck is gonna stand up for us? Who the fuck stands up for us? And us, I mean women, real women, biological women.
Hold on a minute. Who's supposed to stand up for you? I thought y'all women supposed to be all powerful and y'all don't need no man. Now somebody need to stand up for you? There are more women in the United States than there are men. Y'all should stand up for yourself. You're the one who created these things, so you need to put them in check. Who's gonna stand up for us? That's why I don't trust B-dubs at all, because they always talking about some who gonna stand up for us.
All right. Well, Tommy hates black women. We all knew that already. Let's just watch a bit more of this.
For
Then we'll
one
do some
guy
twerking.
who's grinding YouTube and social media just to pay the bills, there are thousands.
Pitch you my affiliate.
The French proverb, perfect is the enemy of good. 100% true. True in personal life and true in business life. Stop chasing perfection in life. You just need to put yourself in a market where it is more feasible for. Do I
affiliate program here? Things. You are here. You like a product. You mention the product to someone and you make money from that. Why would you not want that? That's awesome.
Affiliate links don't make any money. You only make money from affiliate links if you're a massive channel like PewDiePie. So that's where you make money off of affiliate links, or if you're actually the product creator. So say if you're selling like a protein supplement, and then you'd give other content creators like a 10% kickback on sales if they make sales through your affiliate link. That's how you'd make money. But if you're just getting offered affiliate links where you get like 5 or 10% off of whatever sale, you're making pennies. So the idea that you'd make any money off of this is just stupid.
You make money, the product sells, so the product's like creator makes money, and the customer gets what he wants. Perfect. Let's say you're gonna go through it the way that, the Tate method was, which you'll clip up the TikToks and everything, and you'll kind of post content which isn't yours. So let's say you want to affiliate for me, right? Just clicking on the link's not enough, right? We need them to actually purchase it. Let's just say by this rough math, you would need 10,000 views on a TikTok or a YouTube short to get one sale. You could expect that every 10k views you get on one of these TikToks or shorts, you end up...
What? What fucking affiliate link are you gonna make $250 for a single sale? Like, he's out of his fucking mind.
End up getting one sale, which is $250.
YouTube social media cloud chase.
So you can generally expect that about 0.1% of your viewership is going to be at all interested in an affiliate link that you have. So you can expect less in actual sales. They might actually click on the link and look, but you're looking at like 0.1% or under. So if you make, I don't know, 10,000 views on a given video and you have an affiliate link, what would that translate to? Times... Yeah, times 0.1. No, that would be... I don't think I'm doing the math right. But anyway. I think it'd be like 100 people out of 10,000, something like that. That would even like be interested in clicking on the link, and then less of those would actually buy it. So you'd be lucky if one single person clicks the link, you know, to buy like whatever affiliated product. But usually affiliate sales, they're in the neighborhood of 5 to 10% off of the sale. So if it's a $60 tub of protein, you're only going to make like, what, between $3 and $6? So, and I mean, that's realistic. If you make a video where 10,000 people watch, one person clicks on the link, you make $3 to $6 extra dollars. Like, what? If you're talking about making $250 off of one single affiliate sale, you're not having that sort of return where 1 in every 10,000 is clicking. Like, you're talking about a product that costs thousands of dollars at that point. So you're probably going to have you're probably going to have a ratio of like maybe 1 in 100,000 or like 1 in a million, if that. Like, where is he getting this idea?
To make a career out of it is an extremely saturated market, guys. Is it doable? Of course it is. But in a red ocean, you gotta have some edging, outstanding qualities. You gotta be offering products that other companies can't offer if you're operating in...
Oh, and yeah, just to let you guys, let you know, guys, step 2 isn't very truthful, at least in my experience, since I started doing the affiliate thing for Adonis School. I've got 1.8 million views so far. On YouTube, long form and shorts combined, thousands of TikTok views, 1,400 clicks on my link, and 0 sales. Well, yeah, like, so that'll, so that makes sense because what, he was selling it for $1,000. So it wouldn't surprise me that out of, like, you'd probably have to have like 1 million clicks for somebody to buy something like that. So 1,400 clicks divided by 1,800,000. So that is, yeah, that's like 7%. So like 7% of people were interested on clicking, and then of those 1,400, 0 people even bought.
In the same market. The question is, do you have these qualities? Because 99% of those kids simply do not. That 500 they pay will always be a painful memory for those kids when they grow up a couple of years later. They will reflect back.
Yeah, and this really shows. I don't know why you'd mention affiliates. 2 million views, 0 sales.
$6 for his one.
And did everything right, lifting, gay.
But to get paid $250 is huge. I remember when Tate was going viral and his thing took over the internet. I think he was paying like $16 or $26 for his one. Sneeko, I believe, pays about the same amount.
Yeah, Tate's Hustler University was 50, but he had tiers where I think the highest tier was like $10,000, something like that. But just to get into the basic program, it was only $50. So Hamza doesn't even understand how to fucking market properly. I'm assuming it's because he's an ignorant moron and he hasn't really studied any of these financial scams at all. But the whole idea is to get people in for cheap, so like $50. Then you keep trying to upsell them and make it seem as though if they pay a bit more, then they're going to get like that much more value. So, oh, well, it's only $50 to get into the base program. Oh yeah, I can afford that. No problem. My mom will just give me $50. That's like only a fraction of my allowance for the month. And then you try to upsell them to the $200 program, and then they're like, oh, okay, like, I'll just, like, save up a bit of money, not buy the new video game, but I'll, like, learn how to be this big YouTuber, and then I can make tons of money. And then you try to upsell them to, like, the $1,000 program. And then you'll get a few of those people who, you know, were willing to do the first upsell, who will do the next upsell. Like, that's how it works, but, like, he just tries to get people to spend $1,000 right away. Like, he's so stupid. He doesn't even know how to do his own scam.
I'm paying 10 times that. 10 times.
$10,000 a month. Become a little entrepreneur. Buy this course and you will be making millions wearing a bathrobe. And of course, 13 years old, 14 years old kids don't know any better. Those kids are failed by their parents and society also. And people like Andrew Tate and Hamza make a profit off of them. Dude, if you plan to make videos because you want to, do it. But I wouldn't suggest it as a career, as a way of making
you can't rely on YouTube as a career. It's not like, you know, it's not like if you studied to become a dentist, you have a guaranteed job. If you try to make a YouTube channel, it is a lottery. You don't know if it's going to succeed or not.
Anyway.
Let me show you. This is how much Adonis School has made in the last few weeks. In the last like 2 months. I'll wait for it. There. See this number there? $278,000 since April the 17th. So just over 2 months ago. Yes. It's maybe about 8 weeks now. 200.
He legit made nearly $300,000 in 2 months off of this stupid scam. That is hard to believe, honestly. Yeah, I don't know if that's real. That's like genuinely hard to believe, even with his audience. In fact, I think he's probably full of shit.
80K, and then in the last year was $300,000. So $500,000.
Oh, in the last year.
Million in the last year.
That's still pretty crazy. Even with his audience, that's hard to believe.
But this has only been from 2 months ago. So in the last 2 months, I've made over $300,000.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know, that sounds like a lie.
Makes hundreds of thousands of it, by the way. It just shows you.
Maybe there's enough stupid people. Like, I mean, his audience, I don't know. That's hard to believe, though. 300,000 in 2 months. He's an idiot. Like, that's really hard to believe. But, like, I guess his audience is stupid enough to... Like, I think... I'd like to think that I have a more intelligent and sophisticated audience of people where if I did something like this, you wouldn't fall for it. But I guess his fans are dumb enough to get suckered into the stupid shit.
is false, misguided hope, even if it is an actually harmful advice, it is gonna sell more than the truth, than the genuine helping advice. And then we have some guys here that are mad just because I have a Patreon.
Well, I mean, especially when you're considering, like, you can go to school for, like, you know, careers related to entertainment. So if you were interested in becoming a YouTuber, you could go to like some sort of drama school. And, you know, if you're going to go to, you know, a basic school for, you know, drama or, you know, dramatic arts, it would be a few thousand. But if you're talking about spending like $500 a month for Hamza's stupid course, you'd probably get more out of going to that dramatic arts school, where you'd learn actual ways on how to, you know, be charismatic, how to act properly. And usually with those schools, you develop business contacts as well. So you could do YouTube on the side, but then you could also pursue like an acting career, stuff like that, get into commercials. Like you'd benefit more from spending that same money and actually learning something from real professionals. And same with the financial stuff. Like if you wanted to actually learn about investing, I mean, like going to some sort of business school would make you learn more than even just you can find the shit for free. And like usually free sources are better than what you'd find from like fucking an idiot like Hamza. Ocean donated $2. Peep this. Let me see.
This Amazon driver is about to get a refreshing surprise as he makes his rounds in the blazing California sun. The homeowner has left a note inviting him to take a dip in the pool. If you want to go for a swim, you are welcome to. And he does.
Really?
He puts his phone and keys on a table and does on vest. In Phoenix,
That's
a
pretty
neighbor
funny.
noticed his mail carrier in distress and ran to her assistance.
She tried to pick up some packages and she kind of stumbled when she did that. And when I saw her do that, I was like, she's going to faint if she tries to walk to my house.
It turns out she's pregnant and is having a hard time with her
Jesus.
deliveries on day 26 of unrelenting 100-degree heat.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
holy
in Florida,
fuck.
people are still flabbergasted that the water off Manatee Bay is as hot as a hot tub.
That is crazy. Imagine trying to like want to cool off in like summer heat, and then you get into the water and it's literally a fucking hot tub and you're getting boiled. Okay, well, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ocean.
Like, oh, he's grifting. Bro, that would be the dumbest grift ever. You are never gonna make much money off people's donations and generosity. Trust me when I say this. I am one of the very few who didn't try to grift at your expense. Maybe Face Sandal MS too, but he doesn't make videos anymore. If you think asking for donations is the way, you are the dumbest grifter alive. If you think that is a good way to make money, you should go buy to grift. You will need to sell thing indeed. The dumbest idea that offers a solution. It could be the worst idea ever, but as long as it claims to solve people's shortcuts or solutions. And don't worry, bro, I am not making any significant money from it. You can be happy now, if that is what you are bothered about.
The power a white woman has in the legal system is atrocious, especially if you're not a white, like if you're a white man yourself, still. But if you're like a minority man, you are. If a white girl wants you to be in jail or some shit, bro, you are.
What? Is he crazy?
The police, society, all these little white knights, all everyone else around you will believe the white woman over you.
Does he not understand how the court system works? Like, you need evidence to convict?
9.9 times out of 10.
And like I said before, there are out of correct statement, but it is more about why. Rather, I am a self-made millionaire. Why do they speak like that? 'Cause gigs like copywriting.
25 to 26 years old, I made the most progress in my life. Went from celebrating my 25th birthday in Thailand and getting drunk whilst my channel was declining. I had been maintaining 20K a month income for a year. To turning 26 years old today, and I'm celebrating it with my usual routine that I love. I 10x'd my monthly income in a year. He's saying he went from making 20,000 a month to 200,000 a month? What? I work with incredible... I don't understand this. Yeah. He's saying he's making $200,000 a month. What fucking sense does that make? He's living with his mom right now. Like, what?
Or affiliate
That's just
marketing.
a lie.
Tell them, oh, by the way, have you seen Hamza's on his school, by the way, bro? Just, join with this link, man.
But 99% of fools who buy that course are never gonna make it. And people like Hamza and...
Yeah, Hamza's a fucking liar, dude. Just totally full of shit. Alright, let's get to some twerking.